More recently, in Tirunandapuram, the government set up a very important technology park which hosts a very large number of very important software and hardware companies. So this is the kind of place you have come to, and let me now welcome each one of you. Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay is our national president. He has taken the time and trouble to come to Trivandrum to attend and be with us. I welcome you most heartily, sir. The Professor P. Balram is going to inaugurate the conference as well as deliver the inaugural address. As all of you know, he is one of the famous scientists as well as science administrators of India. Sir, I welcome you most heartily to the conference. We have Professor Dibanga Banerjee, the current director of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, also on the dais, who will be addressing the inaugural session. Sir, I welcome you to the conference, to this session and to the conference. The president of the Kerala unit of BSS is one of the most inspiring figures we have in Kerala in the field of science and science popularization, Professor C.P. Aravindashan. Sir, I welcome you most heartily to the conference. Dr. Arul Gerald Prakash was a very important person in the field of science and technology in Trivandrum. He was for a long time the director of the Science and Technology Museum. Not just that, he was one of the most positive people who helped BSS throughout his career in Trivandrum. And sir, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the conference. Professor Achyut Shankar, former professor of computational sciences and particularly in the area of biology in Kerala University. He's a very multifaceted person. He is leading an organization called Shastra Vedi, very parallel in goals with BSS itself. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here. I welcome you to the conference. Professor Vaishagan Thambi is one of the most popular science speakers in Kerala. He also is heading an organization called Astro Kerala. And sir, I welcome you to the conference. Professor Soumitra Banerjee is our National Secretary. He is not just the National Secretary, one of the most active people I have seen in the field. He has been in Kerala in the recent past twice and came to Trivandrum to help us with the organization and also to inspire us about the activities. Sir, it's a great pleasure to have you here. I welcome you to the conference. Professor P.P. Rajivan of IAST is actually the real vehicle on which all of us are traveling, organizing this conference. So it's a pleasure to have him here, and I really don't have to welcome him. I just wanted to mention that he is here. So the most important group of people who should be welcomed are the delegates. It's for the delegates that the conference is there, and it is our fervent hope that you will find the deliberations of the conference, which you are actually leading, very fruitful for you, for all of us. And your stay in Trivandrum will be most pleasant. If there are any issues, there is a very large team of volunteers and organizers trying to make the stay pleasant and fruitful for you. Please do feel free to contact us at any time you have any difficulty. And so let us together make this conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kurian, for the warm welcome. Reusable handmade bouquet is specially made by Reshma Prasad, a research fellow at Sri Chitra Institute of Medical Sciences and a BSS volunteer, considering the green protocol of our conference. Now we move on to presidential address. It is my distinct honor to introduce a luminary in the field of geology and a dedicated advocate for scientific thought, Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay, the President of the Breakthrough Science Society. Professor Mukhopadhyay is an eminent geologist whose extensive research has significantly advanced our understanding of geological processes. As President of the Breakthrough Science Society, Professor Mukhopadhyay has been instrumental in fostering a scientific temperament and rational thinking. He has led numerous initiatives to engage the public in science, emphasizing its role in societal development. I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Mukhopadhyay for the presidential address.
Professor Balaram, distinguished scientists on the dais, honored delegates. On behalf of the Breakthrough Science Society, I welcome you all to this All India Science Conference. As an organization, Breakthrough is dedicated to spreading scientific thoughts among the people, to fight against obscurantism and pseudoscientific ideas that are current in this society. And we have various activities of taking science to the people. This annual conference is an occasion where we take stock of how far we have been able to achieve in our desired objective and to chart out a roadmap for the coming days of taking science to the people. So I welcome you all for 3 days of very fruitful discussions, and I hope that at the end of these 3 days, we will all go back with a renewed vigor of what we aspire to achieve in our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay. Now we move on to inaugural address. Let us now affectionately welcome expert in the field of biochemistry and molecular biophysics, Professor P. Balram, former director of the Indian Institute of Science, IISc, Bangalore, for his inaugural speech. Professor Balram's academic journey is both inspiring and illustrious. In 1973, Professor Balram joined the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, as a faculty member in the molecular biophysics unit. He was awarded the Padma Bhushan, India's third highest civilian honor, in 2014. Beyond his research, Professor Balram has been a guiding force in the scientific community. He served as the editor of the journal Current Science until 2013 and has been associated with various esteemed institutions, including the National Center for Biological Science in Bangalore and the Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment, where he currently serves as the chairperson. We now invite you to declare our All India Science Conference 2025, organized by Breakthrough Science Society, as formally inaugurated. We are eagerly awaiting your detailed inaugural address after the formal function. Over to you, sir.
It's a real privilege for me to declare this conference open. I will speak later, so I will not say very much now. But I do hope that all of you who have come here will have a wonderful time over the next 3 days and also develop a much greater appreciation for science and also for the many problems that confront us. Have a good conference.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to guest of honor. Breakthrough Science Society is delighted to have with us a distinguished astrophysicist and a leading figure in solar physics, Professor Deepankar Banerjee, as our guest of honor. From 2019 to 2024, Professor Banerjee served as the director of Aryabhatta Research Institute of Observational Sciences in Nainital. In 2024, he assumed the role of director at the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, IIST, where he continues to lead groundbreaking research in astrophysics. Professor Banerjee's primary research focuses on the dynamics of the solar atmosphere. Throughout his illustrious career, Professor Banerjee has received numerous honors, including fellowships from the PPARC and the Fund of Scientific Research, Flanders. In 2020, he was elected as a fellow of the Indian Academy of Science, recognizing his significant contribution to the field of astrophysics. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's a privilege and pleasure for me to be able to share the dais with Professor Balram and my seniors here. First and foremost, I think these are occasions where we could also celebrate the Guru Shishya Parampara. Science and connect with the society also needs to really remember the legacy what we continue. So I have been privileged to be part of state government schools like Baliganj Government High School. I know there are lots of students and former faculties from Kolkata, and some of them have probably got the privilege of studying in Bengali medium state government schools. So I thought, I will share some of my thoughts or memories which can connect all of us about the scientific temperament or scientific temper, the way we have reached whatever stage we are now in. So I still remember in my early days, how did we get this scientific temper? My parents used to buy toys, and the first thing I used to do is break that apart and try to find out how the car moves. So I think the scientific temper starts from there. Initially, my mother will be a little annoyed. We just bought it yesterday and you broke apart. But my father supported that. So I think it all begins at home. It all begins at your first learning. So I'm really very happy to be part of this kind of gathering. And hopefully I'll be able to listen to some of the lectures and sessions to see or inculcate how the scientific temper can be again brought in to the younger minds. Because we know that the modern technology sometimes demands certain different form of learning. Why am I again remembering our sort of formal learning methods? Because some of us come from a very standard classical learning methods. Now we see that the syllabuses and other are more direct learning methods. So I don't know what is really most suitable for creating this scientific temper, creating the sensitivity about learning, questioning everything. So I think that is something is sometimes missing with the younger minds. I find that you have to question everything. You shouldn't accept whatever is told to you. And I think when we were young, we were encouraged when we were asking questions, and that inquisitiveness is, I think, pivotal for learning. So I think these kind of conferences, again, should focus on how the inquisitiveness can be brought in. So let me also give you some oversight, the way some of us have moved forward. So right now I belong to an institute called Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. This is in Trivandrum, so I will take a few minutes of doing a little bit of advertisement for IIST. As you heard, that Trivandrum also is a place where our space activities actually started. And IIST, an institution, it's a sort of academic wing of ISRO. And in late 90s, it was realized that we are not having enough number of bright engineers available in India for this kind of demanding space technology. So IIST was instituted with, again, a founder vision of none other than Dr. Manmohan Singh and Dr. Madhavan Nair, and IIST was formed. And IIST has so far given almost 1,400 plus scientists and engineers to various ISRO centers who have been pivotal for whether you call it Chandrayaan mission, whether you call Aditya mission, and now the future Gaganayan and the other missions which are in the pipeline. So this connect of training, early training and experiential training. So this is our actually main motto, that we want to expose the students to hands-on lab experiments which are directly linked with innovation and future technology demands. So that, I think, is a very important element, and I feel very good to be part of this institution now, that it is really supporting a lot of innovative ideas, which is very important for our country to move forward. We can't borrow the technology always from outside. So if you call Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think some of the exercises has to be done from inside. And whether it is school, whether it is college and different institution, we do have to inculcate that kind of training method. So I see, Breakthrough Society has different mandates, awareness of the science, also the science to be rational thinking of science. Again, I tell you, being a solar physicist, you most of probably have aware that during the eclipses, we always get these questions, what we should do. So last several eclipses, I have been going around with with lots of sweets and showcasing. When the totality happens, I distribute the laddus. So please do eat some, and you see me, nothing will happen. So this also, awareness is our responsibility. And astronomy, as you heard, is one of the ancient science subject, which India also to be proud to have a lot of initial work, and that legacy has to be continued, and we should connect the scientific temper. So obviously, even very senior peoples get confused between what is astronomy and astrology. Sometimes when somebody identifies that he is a famous astrologer, I say, please, sorry. So I think these are on a day-to-day life or a social stature. It's very important to, being a scientist, to project yourself about your rational thinking abilities, about questioning, about the inquisitiveness. So I'm very happy, such societies are also taking some of our roles. I mean, we are still in the job. Sometimes we can't take these responsibilities so actively. So it is important to have such societies, these kind of events, to reach out to younger minds, to reach out to even parents sometimes, and give them the importance of rational thinking or the scientific merits of a new discovery. I do not know whether machine will overtake our thinking process at some stage, but I don't think any innovation can be stopped by a machine. So humans are still necessary. So human training is still necessary. Machine cannot work without a proper training. So we all know machine will predict something wrong if the training is not correct, whatever artificially you inject that. So I think that awareness also is very important. I think I see that in the program you have sessions, and this is a global issue now, that whether really AI is going to, overtake all the human brain's requirement. It will never be. That's my understanding, and I think that awareness also is very important at this current stage, particularly for the younger minds, because often they are getting too much, hypered by the invent of ChatGPT answering everything. So why do we need to study anymore? So I think I'm very happy to be part of this. Thanks to my colleagues who just invited me, and I hope I'll be able to attend few seminars. I see there are also some booths, so please do visit also the booth of IIST. I think some of my colleagues and students are here, so we would be happy to interact with you in terms of our activities, because all individual institutions also have to play its own role in societal connect, and these are very good opportunities. I'm very happy for getting this invitation to have our booth in your forum. So I'm looking forward. All the best people who have come from different parts of the country to participate and gain more understanding from here, and then spread it over the rest, because our role is to collect information and to spread to a larger society. So whatever way I could also do it in future, I'll be happy to. So Dr. Kurian, please be aware that I am available for your services. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for inculcating critical thinking in young mind through IIST. Now, as a token of love from Breakthrough Science Society, we would like to invite Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyaya to hand over a memento to our inaugural speaker, Professor P. Balram. As a token of love from Breakthrough Science Society, we would like to invite to Professor Deepankar Banerjee. Sorry for this confusion. Memento includes few publications from Breakthrough Science Society, as well as a caricature drawn by Atmaja Panikar, BSS volunteer, as well as a consultant psychologist and a guest faculty at SN College, Chempadanthi, Thiruvananthapuram. Now we move on to the felicitation speeches. It is my distinct honor to introduce a distinguished educator, prolific science communicator, and a passionate advocate for scientific literacy, Professor C.P. Aravindakshan. Professor Aravindakshan has dedicated his career to the advancement of science education and the promotion of scientific temper in society. As the state president of the Breakthrough Science Society's Kerala chapter, Professor Aravindakshan has been at the forefront of initiatives aimed at cultivating scientific temper and rational thinking. He has organized numerous programs to debunk myths and promote evidence-based understanding among the public. Over to you, sir.
Most respected and distinguished guests of this inaugural session, no doubt Professor Dr. Balram and others, and very dear participants, I know you are the committed, you are the sincere, hardworking members of Breakthrough Science Society from various states, including Kerala. Invited guests, my dear friends, and very, very intelligent students and dear hardworking volunteers and respected listeners of this inaugural session. With respects, with regards, with love and with affection, I welcome you all to this function once again. Kerala is hosting this type of annual meeting of Breakthrough Science Society for the first time. Kindly feel free as if you are in your own home. And now onwards, this is our home, our meeting. And one more word. IT means, we know, not it in English language. Capital I, capital T means India today. Once again I say, capital I, capital T means India tomorrow. Once again I say, capital A, capital T, India's talents. It's really India's talents. I see in front of me India's talents. Young, energetic, enthusiastic youngsters, men and women from various parts of India, working, doing, learning, studying in various education institutions. I thank you, I thank you, I welcome you all to this excellent, informative, unforgettable meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Breakthrough Science Society is honored to introduce a distinguished science communicator and former director of the Kerala State Science and Technology Museum and Planetarium in Thiruvananthapuram, Dr. Arul Jaral Prakash. Dr. Prakash has dedicated over 58 years to the field of science communication, significantly contributing to the public's understanding and appreciation of science. As the director of the Kerala State Science and Technology Museum and Planetarium, he played a pivotal role in enhancing science education and outreach in the region. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates from different parts of this highly populous country, students, a very good morning to all of you. I feel proud and privileged to be here to say a few words about BSS. The last All India conference was conducted in Trivandrum in the campus of Kerala State Science and Technology Museum. There's a little bit of difference between the last conference and this conference, both in quality and quantity. Quality-wise, the technology is new in different institutions in our country, especially in Kerala, they're also in Trivandrum, are very rich. Good number of facilities, including observatory, planetariums, innovation hubs, classrooms, and the theaters and some auditoriums. But they are totally underutilized. The reason is lack of motivated staff members. The officials feel their duty, so whether it's a museum, science center or anything, they feel their duty is over from 10 to 5. But science communication starts only after 5, especially with the informal faculty members, informal experts and all who are all contributing their time, free time to science and all. In that way, actually, BSS was doing a wonderful job and exploiting almost all the facilities to whatever is available to the betterment. Many collaborative programs, including total solar eclipses, annular solar eclipses, and other annular events, other astronomical events. That way, especially remember January 31st, 2020, it was a hype was given by the press, and more than 10,000 people gathered around 8 o'clock in my campus. And breakthrough volunteers, science members, almost collaborate like their own house. They protected, they ventured, they propagated science. Everything was done actually. I feel that moment with proud and humble from my side actually. So it's a wonderful event, and let this conference breaks a lot of other myths and make new methods and methodologies for communicating science and bringing science to the outreach of the longest villages of this country. It's highly essential. So I wish all the best, and thanks for remembering me even after 5 years of my retirement, to Rajivan and team of BSS members. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now, a multifaceted academician, researcher, and science communicator, Professor Achyut Shankar S. Nair. He is the president of Shastravedi. He is a retired senior professor at the Department of Computational Biology and Bioinformatics at the University of Kerala. An accomplished author, Professor Achyut Shankar has penned over 15 books in both English and Malayalam, reflecting his dedication to knowledge dissemination. His excellence in academia and research has been recognized with numerous awards, including the Kerala government's Young Scientist Award and the P.T. Bhaskara Panikar Award. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Professor Balram, my fellow science champions on the dais and off the dais. I'm very pleased to share this stage and say a few words of felicitations to this grand, well-organized, meaningful event. I congratulate the Breakthrough Science Society on behalf of the Shastravedi for the excellent work that has been happening, as much as I can see, in Kerala. Very well organized, very well designed, and very effective science communication events. I am all praise for the work of Breakthrough Science Society. I would like to welcome all of you to this city. I would like to mention that modern science in the city is nearly 200 years old. I mark it with the establishment of the observatory, the Trivandrum Observatory, founded in 1837. The city also boasts of possibly the oldest continuing music festival in the world, the Navaratri Festival of Trivandrum, Music Festival of Trivandrum, which started in 1839. In a difference of couple of years. Both started by a person, a ruler of the state, who was a great friend of modern science, which many modern people do not actually realize. A person whose letters on science are preserved in the Royal Society archives. So I wish that the Science Society also looks at the evolution of science in modern science in different cities of the world, in parallel with, of course, to see to what extent the very ancient sciences are also useful after a very critical review of their content. I would just like to use this opportunity to say how great science has been in our social transformation. I would just like to cite the instance of the equality of women in the modern society. We know that we have not reached a kind of gender equality, but definitely if you consider 50 years or 75 years in the past, we are far ahead in providing a life for women which is more or less on par with that of men in terms of opportunities, their freedom of movement in public life. I would actually like to point out that in addition to social reformers, in addition to the movements, political movements and social movements which have triggered such transformations, I firmly believe that without contributions of science and technology, women could not have moved out into the public space as they do today. I cite as the causes for that as number one, the DNA fingerprinting, which is able to resolve issues of paternity which modern generation does not, young generation does not realize. If you watch old films, you will see that most of the stories are around the case of a woman who is pregnant, but the person responsible for that denies. Today you can make no movie like that, because all that the woman needs to do is file a case and the DNA fingerprint would reveal. This has made a great transformation. Then about sanitary napkins and about the contraceptives and also the mobile phone and the security cameras. These are actually equally powerful, catalytic, and I would say the major pillars of the freedom of women or the equality of women that the modern society enjoys. We need to highlight this so that people understand that science is not just some gadgets or some philosophies. It really, really becomes a pillar in social transformation also. I feel that in the modern times, our science communication methodologies, as Dr. Arun Gerald Prakash pointed out, we have now new technologies to enable communication. We sometimes are stuck in a very archaic style of communication where a lot of philosophy is talked about. My feeling is that the very young generation, their attention span is very small and they're very much used to very colorful multimedia, that the old style of communicating science simply does not sell. And yet another matter is, what I would suggest is that young people, science has to be communicated by young people speaking science, not young people always listening to the oldies like me. Or at least that there is a balance between who speaks science for communicating science to others. I will end my very brief speech with a critical comment. Being critical is a part of scientific method, and therefore I would say the slogan of the Breakthrough Science Society, Science for Man, needs to be rewritten. It has to be science for, at least you have to write science for human, because there is a gender imbalance in that statement which is anachronic and that it needs to be transformed. I also think that when we talk of the way that we have projected what science is, what science can do and all, we need a great rebooting of all the ideas that we normally talk about. I will just cite one example for the moment. What is scientific method? If you go and talk to a school kid, I would throw away all kind of usual stuff we do and we say. Scientific method is look, ask, guess, test and talk. Now, these are small words through which you approximately capture what scientific method is. And this kind of a communication is required in the modern times, is absolutely essential in the modern times. So I think the conference like this should not only be talking about science, it should be talking about how to talk about science. I wish that it would also happen in this conference. I once again very heartily congratulate the Breakthrough Science Society for its wonderful progress in communicating science and taking scientific temper forward. My best wishes once again. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Vaishakhan Thambi, distinguished physicist, educator and science communicator, as well as the Secretary of Astro Kerala, is our next felicitation speaker. Dr. Thambi serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Physics at Mahatma Gandhi College, Thiruvananthapuram. Beyond his academic role, Dr. Thambi is renowned for his efforts in science communication. He has been honored with numerous awards, including the Joseph Mundasheri Prize, the P.T. Bhaskar Panikar Fellowship, recognizing his dedication to making science accessible and engaging to the public. Dr. Thampi actively shares his insight on various platforms, including his YouTube channel, where he discusses a wide range of topics from a scientific perspective. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, a very warm good morning to all of you. First of all, let me express my immense pleasure and happiness in being a part of this, being on this dais, sharing this with stalwarts of science in India. And I was doubting whether I am the right person to be sitting among these people here, because I was feeling a bit awed in this very, very brilliant group of people, which I know your people are eagerly waiting to listen to. And I represent here Amateur Astronomers Organization Kerala, an organization to spread astronomy and allied sciences in Kerala. And on my personal capacity also, I do some popularization of science here. And I'm very happy to see this conference being materialized in Thiruvananthapuram. And there are many reasons for that. And we place the beginning of scientific revolution in 16th century, and today it's in 2025, we are quarter way into the 21st century. And if we look at the media, the things we are discussing from the perspective of science and basic logic, these things should have been settled at least 2 centuries ago, and we are still discussing it. And when the scientific community is discussing climate change, we are not even bothering to discuss it. We don't even recognize it as an issue. So in that context, a gathering of this many people to discuss science is a very happy thing to witness. And with this happiness, I would add another thing also, because we need this much or a larger gathering to propagate science, because my favorite idea in science, if you ask me what is my favorite idea in science, and that idea is Homo sapiens are just another species on the surface of this planet. We share immense amount of genetics with other seemingly very different species of animals like a snail or a cockroach. So we often place ourselves in a high pedestal, and we think we are in some way superior or special in this universe, both from the perspective of the scale of universe in space or the scale of universe in time. We are very, very insignificant, that we know. So in that case, science in a way is very, very counterintuitive, and its methodologies need mental effort to achieve. And the biological evolution has forced us to minimize our energy expenditure, because it was very precious at the time when Homo sapiens evolved on the surface of planet. And our brains, being one of the most energy expensive organ in our human body, it constitutes only 2% of the body weight, but it has been allocated 20% of the energy expenditure. So our natural tendency is to minimize the use of brain, and I'm a teacher, I witness it in every day as a routine. I ask my students a question so that with an intention of provoking their thoughts, and they will just wait. I know what they are thinking. They know this guy has asked a question. Obviously he must be knowing the answer, so he will tell it ultimately. Why should we think? So science is something that we need to drive constantly. It cannot be given an initial velocity so that it will move on its own. It has to be driven continuously. So for that we need gathering of this type, and for that we need inspirations like this. And that makes it another reason for me to be extra happy here. And I'm expressing once again my immense pleasure in being here, and I'll be giving a public talk tomorrow. And anyway, I'm very happy that this many people has gathered in this situation, political or socio-economic situation of our country, to discuss science. Thank you all for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, token of love from Breakthrough Science Society to felicitation speakers. To hand over the memento to Arul Jaral Prakash, we now invite Professor C.P. Aravindakshan, sir. To hand over the memento to Professor Achut Shankar, sir, we now invite Professor Kurian Isaac. To hand over the memento to Dr. Vaishagan Thampi, we now invite Professor P.P. Rajeevan. Good. Memento includes a book, History of Science, published by Breakthrough Science Society. Now would like to invite Professor Saumitro Banerjee, former Director and Professor, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Kolkata, and General Secretary, Breakthrough Science Society, to introduce the nature of the conference.
I am really overwhelmed to see the kind of arrangements the local chapter has done. Let us first give them a big hand. As you know, a national conference is the most important event in the life of an organization. In this conference, we take stock of the work that we have done, what we have achieved, and chart out our path for the future years. And now, India is going through a very critical situation in terms of science. Science is under attack from various angles. Scientific temper is being trampled underfoot. Scientific research is being undermined. The university system is being undermined. The education as a whole, where science used to be cultivated, students used to learn science, become imbued with scientific thinking, that itself is under attack. And in situations like this, the role of organizations outside the education system becomes paramount. Therefore, the Breakthrough Science Society has taken it upon itself to do whatever needs to be done to save science and science education in the country. And it's a hard task. It's an uphill task because there are very committed adversaries. And therefore, all activists in science should meticulously study the problems we are facing, meticulously understand what science really stands for, and have to take a very active role in propagating that, because the education system is not doing that. And because it is a hard task, there are components of this task there are things to be taken up in the future years. These need to be decided in a forum like this. Therefore, it is a very serious event. We often come to conferences with sort of a light mind. Things happen, we listen, we go back. This is not a conference like that. In a conference like this, we expect you to participate, give your opinions, so that we can collectively formulate our path. As you have received in your registration kit, the conference program, you have seen that there will be a few seminars on critical issues that science is facing. And we hope that you will not only listen to that, absorb that, in a sense of being able to disseminate that when you go back to your places. It is not just listening and forgetting. So please take notes. And in the places where you are, you have to disseminate these ideas. So care and diligence is needed. We have made arrangements for question and answer sessions, though we do not know how much time will be available for that. Our volunteers will tell you how to do that, because in a house so big, it is difficult to have question and answer, so there is a mechanism for that. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss things of organizational importance. That includes the kind of programs we are taking up. Since the education system is failing in inculcating science proper, a non-governmental organization like Breakthrough Science Society is taking up the challenge to start science learning centers. How it is to be done, wherever it is done, what has been the experience, how it is to be bettered, all these will be discussed. The organizational status in different places will be discussed, and how this can be improved, that will be discussed. Every organization adopts a constitution, and it has to work according to the constitution, and as it goes along, we often feel need to modify, change, improve. That will be done in this conference. And which issues we'll take up for launching a science movement in the future years, these things will be discussed threadbare. And in this part, we will demand your active participation, not just sitting and listening. So this is how this conference is to be organized. And again, I request you to take part in the proper sense as a fighter committed to defend science in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving heads up about the significance of the All India Science Conference 2025 organized by Breakthrough Science Society and demanding active participation from the delegates. Now we move on to vote of thanks. Professor P.P. Rajeevan. He is the professor of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, IIST, Trivandrum, as well as the convener reception committee, All India Science Conference 2025, organized by Breakthrough Science Society. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, respected dignitaries present in this August gathering, and dear delegates of All India Science Conference, we are now coming to the end of the inaugural session, and my duty is to propose vote of thanks. First and foremost, on behalf of Breakthrough Science Society, I would like to express our profound gratitude to Professor P. Belra, a leading scientist, director of IISc,
an institution builder who inaugurated this conference. Thank you, sir. I would also like to express our gratitude to Professor Divankar Banerjee, Director of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, who was speaking to you as the guest of honor of this function. Thank you, sir. And he was also supporting this conference wholeheartedly in many ways. As he has already mentioned, IIST is actively participating in the exhibition. There are many stalls, and they are conducting quiz programs here. They are conducting sky observation programs, the IIST Quiz Club, and many IIST faculty members are delivering public lectures. So in many ways, IIST is actively participating in this conference, and it is due to Professor Divankar Banerjee. So thank you very much, sir. So I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Arul Jaral Prakash. He was the former director of Kerala State Science and Technology Museum and Priyadarshini Planetarium, and he has helped us immensely in developing the science movement in Trivandrum, and we are actually very much indebted to you, sir. And I would like to express our profound gratitude to you, sir. Thank you. On behalf of Breakthrough Science Society, I would also like to express our gratitude to Professor Achushankar S. Nair. And he is in fact associated with us in many programs. He used to come and deliver public lectures for us. And he is also supporting us. And thank you very much, sir, for coming to this inaugural function of the conference. And Dr. Vaishakan Thampi is a very well-known science communicator in Kerala, educating this scientific temper. And as it was mentioned, he has a very famous YouTube channel. And he is almost like a part of Breakthrough Science Society. He is actively supporting us. So I would like to thank Dr. Vaishakan Thampi for attending this function and delivering this lecture. I'd also like to thank Professor Dubajyoti Mukherjee, President of Breakthrough Science Society, who was presiding over this function. Professor Soumitra Banerjee, General Secretary of Breakthrough Science Society, for explaining to you the purpose of this conference. And we have Professor C.P. Arundashan, who is the State President of Breakthrough Science Society Kerala chapter. And though he is a part of our organization, I would also like to thank him for his leadership role. And of course, Professor Kurian Isaac is actually the chairman of the reception committee. He was wholeheartedly leading all the activities. So though he is a part of the team, I would also like to express sincere gratitude to him. I would also like to acknowledge and express a gratitude to all our sponsors as well as exhibitors like ISRO, IIST, CDAC Trivandrum, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Caltron, CDIT, ICT Academy, and a few more organizations are there. And this conference, though this is the main event, there are many parallel events going on. In fact, this is only for delegates, but there are many public events. And this was possible because of the involvement and dedicated works of, you can say, around 200 volunteers who is actually actively supporting this movement. I would like to express profound thanks to all the volunteers. And before this, actually, we were holding many pre-conference events, not only in Kerala, more than 100 pre-conference events. And all over India, there were many pre-conference events. In that sense, it is truly an all-India science conference. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the delegates who came from around 20 states of India. And that, in sense, it's a truly, again, all-India science conference. And I think you all have a very fruitful sessions ahead. And before ending this vote of thanks, I would also like to thank the speakers of the different sessions. I think which will be held, different seminars are there which will be held after this program, after Professor Balram's inaugural speech. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor P.P. Rajivan. Now we move on to the inaugural address. For setting up the inaugural address, we
I was asked to come and give the first presentation of the conference. I asked myself the question, what is science? And this is a question that's often asked when you're trying to popularize science. And it's a question which is rather difficult to answer. And over the years, I have searched for answers widely. And one of the best ones that I found was in the first issue of the journal Nature. And the journal appeared in the year 1869. And so volume 1, number 1 of the journal Nature, today a very important and popular journal, there was an editorial. And the editors did not write the editorial. Instead, they asked the biologist Thomas Huxley to write the editorial. But Huxley did not write the editorial. Instead, what he did was he translated from the German an essay written by the poet von Goethe in the previous century, in the 18th century. And what Goethe said was this. He said, nature, we are surrounded and embraced by her, powerless to separate ourselves from her and powerless to penetrate beyond her. So then, of course, the best definition of science would be science is the study of nature. So almost any phenomenon that you see in nature, when you study it, you're doing science. That, of course, includes everything from human behavior to animal behavior to just about anything else. The other word that is very popular when you're communicating science is the phrase scientific temper. And this, of course, is an interesting phrase appearing first in Jawaharlal Nehru's discovery of India. And subsequently, of course, he uses the term temper of science when the Constitution was written. And what we are talking about here is the scientific method, presumably, and it does not focus on individual beliefs, but rather prioritizes facts and evidence. This is taken from your own society's pamphlet distributed for this conference. Now, of course, I want to ask a question, and that question is one that really must be asked to scientists, and that is, do scientists follow the scientific method? And sometimes it turns out they do, and at other times it might turn out that they don't. What are we looking at in science? Today, in the year 2025, we are really looking at about a century of science, probably 2 centuries of science. But the century which is closest to us is the 20th century. And we might ask the question, what has happened in the century of science in the 20th century? And then you will find that human life has been transformed beyond all expectation by the power of science and technology. I have put up the 2 iconic figures of chemistry and biology. Chemistry rests on Mendeleev and his periodic table, while biology rests on Darwin and his understanding of natural selection as the means of animal evolution, which includes human evolution. Now, of course, these 2 major pillars of chemistry and biology are connected in the 20th century by our understanding of how genetic information, first thought about by Mendel, and it connects Mendel and Darwin in a very interesting way. It connects them through the chemistry of DNA. And so what you have in the center of the slide are the major advances that took place in the middle of the century, in the 1940s, when Avery discovered DNA as the genetic material, and in 1953, when Watson and Crick postulated the double helical structure of DNA, which immediately told you how genetic information could move from generation to generation. But what happened before? What are we concerned with in life? If you're looking at nature, there's living organisms and there's inanimate matter. So you're actually looking only at matter and at life. And it's the physicists who looked at matter for a very long time. The physicists and the chemists looked at matter, and so it turns out that the 20th century really began. The first major event of 20th century science was the introduction of the quantum, the ideas of Planck and Einstein, and that's what I've pictured here. But 2025 marks the centenary of Heisenberg's famous paper, which is the starting point of quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is still counterintuitive, but it turns out that the physicist Paul Dirac said many years ago, the underlying physical laws necessary for the mathematical theory of a large part of physics and the whole of chemistry are completely known. So really, quantum mechanics underpins our knowledge of everything in chemistry, not everything in physics. So you will find that the century of quantum mechanics is now being celebrated with a number of articles telling you, is quantum mechanics the ultimate theory, or is there something else beyond it? But as far as chemistry is concerned, that's all that we need. And why is chemistry important? Because the biochemist Arthur Kornberg, who started really, I would say, the biotechnology revolution by his discovery of the enzyme DNA polymerase, how to make DNA from its nucleotides, he once remarked that chemistry is the lingua franca of biology and medicine. So there is nothing that you can learn in biology and medicine if you do not understand the underlying chemistry. So these are the subjects that have really bothered us over the century. And when you come to Watson and Crick and move on, I've simply written biotechnology there, because the defining image of the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st was the picture that you see on the extreme right bottom of the slide. That is Francis Collins, then the head of the Human Genome Program, and Craig Venter, the head of the private venture which simultaneously sequenced the human genome. So here it was, the public science and private science now shaking hands with the then President of the United States, Bill Clinton, in attendance. But people have had different views on what 20th century science actually accomplished. At the turn of the century, the journal Nature had a series of essays. And these essays were written by people who were asked the question, what would they consider as the defining scientific advance of the 20th century? Different people wrote on different subjects. But this is one essay which appeared, which still remains in my mind. And this was written by the Canadian environmental scientist Václav Smil. And what he wrote was that the world might be better off without Microsoft and CNN. And neither nuclear reactors nor space shuttles are critical to human well-being. But the world's population would not have grown from 1.6 billion at the beginning of the century to today's 6 billion without the Haber-Bosch process. Today it is past 7 billion. And those of you who have, all of you have studied the Haber-Bosch process at some point or the other, if you have taken science in school. It's one of the things we all love to hate when we're studying chemistry. And it is nothing but the synthesis of ammonia from the two gases, nitrogen and hydrogen, under high temperature and high pressure. This appeared in the first couple of decades of the 20th century. It completely transformed agriculture because cheap ammonia led to cheap urea, and urea was the first fertilizer used, and famines became a thing of the past. Those of you who are old enough will remember that the last famine in India was in the mid-1960s, and that famine spread from Bihar, it moved to other parts, and when I was in college in Pune, even then, the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri had once gone on national radio to say that all of us should skip a meal on Mondays. And therefore, our hostel messes then used to be closed. Urea's introduction transformed agriculture in many ways, and the world could now feed a much larger population. The first agricultural revolution of the 20th century was catalyzed by chemistry. The second agricultural revolution of the 20th century, which is the Green Revolution, was catalyzed by biology and genetics. And so you can see that the 20th century has transformed. The one thing that we need is food. And our abilities to feed an ever-growing population on Earth have been transformed by science. So science can, in fact, take pride in this. Is the Haber-Bosch process a clean process in today's terminology? No, it is not. No process, no chemical process can be a totally clean process. So I put that cartoon there, which says, of course, it's not clean energy. We don't have clean anything. And this is something that you must realize when we discuss climate change and the growing carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. There is no human activity, there is no anthropogenic activity which is essential for modern societies, which does not generate carbon dioxide and does not generate other pollutants. Nothing that science does, and I will stick with chemistry here because it's somewhat familiar to most people, DDT. DDT was a magic molecule which appeared in the late 1940s. And DDT was wonderful because it worked against the mosquitoes which caused malaria. It also worked against the pests which were eating up crops. So in one magic molecule, whose structure I picture there, agriculture and medicine were both benefited enormously. It was no wonder that Paul Muller, within a couple of years of the discovery of DDT, and this was immediately in the years of the war and the aftermath of the Second World War, he was awarded the Nobel Prize. But of course, widespread spraying of DDT led, of course, years later to the beginning of the environmental movement. That famous book by Rachel Carson in the 1960s was when it appeared, 62, Silent Spring. That really is the first time in public that somebody had raised a warning about the effect of chemicals on our environment. Today in a state like Kerala, you still discuss the use of endosulfan. So insecticides, you pay a price for using insecticides. And the question that society must ask itself is, how much of a price is it willing to pay? Where must scientific research be done? You can't do better than Mahendralal Sarkar. Maybe one might say the first person to begin the act of science popularization in India. Because by setting up the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science in Kolkata, in association with Father Lafont, Mahendralal Sarkar really brought scientific research to India. And it is there that Raman did his famous experiments which won him the Nobel Prize. And Mahendralal Sarkar in 1900, many years later, he says, the world's chief and greatest discoveries have been made by those who've had or have to teach. Educational institutions still furnish the best laboratories for research. And then this is an interesting sentence coming from the first person to start a science institution. Pure research institutions have only recently come into existence. And then, of course, you can see that Professor Soumitra Banerjee lamented that higher education and the teaching of science in India is now facing very severe challenges both of funding and challenges of adequate teaching staff. But science in society is considered often. Your society itself says that society as a whole has not fully embraced the scientific approach or its philosophical and ethical implications. Now, when someone like me, who's a practical laboratory scientist, in the picture of me which you have given me, you can see me holding a conical flask. You can see that we rarely think of the philosophical implications of what we do. I can also quote one of our former prime ministers, one of the more thoughtful prime ministers we've had in recent times. And he said that we must take science to the people. And then he went on to say, all of us are fond of quoting Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's famous words, paying a tribute to your community. And this was in a science congress where Pandit Nehru said, scientists are a minority in league with the future. This is true, but let us also remember that a bright future can be realized only when science is in league with the majority of our society. And today you can see that the challenges that you have to face if you want to relate what science does and what science achieves to the majority of our society. And that, I think, is the challenging task that your society has really set for itself. Today in the conference that you're having, these are the subjects that I saw. And these are all subjects of great contemporary importance. For example, climate change and environmental degradation and artificial intelligence. It's hard to predict the future. It's very difficult to say categorically where artificial intelligence is going to go in the future. What are the challenges that we will face 25 years later? 50 years ago, we would not have imagined the challenges that we face with the environment today. Because when Charles Keeling began in the 1960s and the late 1950s to measure carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, nobody took him seriously. Yet today, it is the only curve that you have which has measured carbon dioxide in the atmosphere over years. Maybe other agencies have taken it up later. But the idea was already there in science from the days of Arrhenius that carbon dioxide would lead to a greenhouse effect and global warming. Science told you this. But you know, science cannot be considered in isolation. Vannevar Bush, who wrote the famous report, Science, the Endless Frontier, which triggered the revolution in American science in the post-Second World War era, wrote this. He says, science by itself provides no panacea for individual, social, and economic ills. It can be effective in national welfare only as a member of a team. But without scientific progress, no amount of achievement in other directions can ensure our health, prosperity, and security. He said this in 1945, shortly after the first atom bombs had been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So science does wonderful things like feeding people. Science, the outcome of science is also terrible things like killing people. And so when you talk about wars in science and technology, this is the issue that you really sort of wrestle with. Chemistry and biology are wonderful subjects, but chemical and biological warfare are not. The one thing which scientists must understand, and so must politicians, and so must leaders, there are many problems, real problems, which have no technical solution. And these two papers on problems with no technical solution have appeared in the 1960s. Both of them are in the journal Science, produced by the American Association for Advancement of Science. The first is the paper by Jerome Weissner on national security and the nuclear test ban. This is something that you might think about today, because in those days there was a discussion. Was a nuclear deterrent the way to prevent a nuclear war? Certainly not. Was having a shield the best way over a country, the best way to prevent nuclear war? Certainly not. That's a technological solution. There is no technological solution to the problem of war. Today you must think about this because President Trump, for example, has already publicly spoken about the idea of an iron shield over the United States. So these were subjects which were thought about in the 1960s at the height of the Cold War. Then Garrett Hardin's famous article on the tragedy of the commons. This, of course, is the problem of equity. It is the problem of equity. How do you share everything? Natural resources are limited. You have to share them with an ever-growing population. Otherwise, equitable distribution in societies will become more and more inequitable. This is a problem that we wrestle with even today. These are 1960s article. The tragedy of the commons starts by quoting the article on the nuclear test ban. And it says, these are problems which have no technical solution. So scientists who promise technical solutions to these problems must be made to specify what those technical solutions really are. Every technical solution will create a new problem. Today, when we talk, for example, in the energy sector of green hydrogen, how do you produce hydrogen? Will that process be green? How much carbon dioxide will that process produce? These are questions, hard questions, which have to be asked. Very recently, I read this paper in Nature Biotechnology, and what it said was, its title attracted me. It says, Making Science Disruptive Again. So I wondered, why do we now want to make science disruptive again? Was science disruptive in the past, and do we need to do so in the future? And they had quotations here, references, and I've underlined the phrase which attracted my attention, night science. So what is night science? And then I found the reference was to Francois Jacob's famous autobiography. And when I looked at this, I realized that I'd actually read this paper before, this book before, and written about it, but I had forgotten. So I went back and dug up what I wrote, and I found that many years ago, I had written an editorial on day science and night science shortly after I had read the book. It attracted me then. And this was because Jacob himself had written this editorial in Science on the birth of the operon. The operon is the model for genetic regulation. And he had written this article, this editorial, to plead for basic science, to do fundamental scientific research. And then he says that his own breakthrough, which led, along with Jacques Monod, to the Nobel Prize, was the result of night science, a stumbling, wandering exploration of the natural world that relies on intuition as much as it does on the cold, orderly logic of day science. So he described science in two ways: the metaphor of day science and night science. Day science is logic, useful. Night science is stumbling, wandering, and dreaming. I think you'll have to change the slide. I must draw your attention here to, again, an essay written by Abraham Flexner, long time ago, 1939. The Second World War was about to begin. American medicine was transformed earlier by the Flexner report, which came out in 1910. Flexner was a man who had an undergraduate degree in history and literature, and he was commissioned by the Carnegie Institution to write a report on medical education in the United States. Today, when America has the largest biomedical research enterprise in the world, and that is largely because of the Flexner report, which transformed the American medical education system. Flexner also set up the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. And it's at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton that Einstein eventually retreated when he fled from Germany. And Flexner wrote this at that time, and he wrote on the usefulness of useless knowledge. And those of you who have not read it must go and read it. This is an article which says why you must support basic research. And he talks about the outcomes which happened of useless research, electricity and wireless communication. His references here, of course, in electricity are to Faraday's famous experiments in the middle of the 19th century, where he related electricity and magnetism, and Clerk Maxwell's unification subsequently. It allowed us to understand electromagnetism and set in motion all the ways in which one can create electricity. So the question we might ask today at the inauguration of such a conference is scientific research, basic scientific research, drowning in the flood to drive translation. Today the government would like an application for every piece of research that you do. And applications don't come easily. But very often it is scientists who promise these applications. A drug for every disease done after 1 year of research. Eradication of diseases which have been around for hundreds of years. It is not easy. Those difficulties are not communicated to the political leaders who made decisions, because political leaders don't like to hear bad news. They also don't like to hear news which is beyond a 5-year timescale, the timescale of elections. So you need to get quick results. Now, these are some of the iconic figures of basic science. 19th century, Faraday and Pasteur. And then our own figures from modern Indian science, the science of the 20th century. I've left out two figures here deliberately. And those two figures are those who brought things over from the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the 20th century. They were the people who triggered the Bengal Renaissance of the early decades of the 20th century. Jagdish Chandra Bose and Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. One worked in physics and biology, the other worked in chemistry. It turns out that both of them had this ability to invent, and Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, in fact, already had thought about applications. He was, in fact, the person who started the first chemical industries in India. Both of them taught at the Presidency College in Kolkata, and I think inspired generations of students who later on drove the scientific renaissance in modern India. Science and engineering, technology. Technology leads to application. These are two sides of the same coin. You can't sometimes understand, and these cartoons illustrate it very well. You can understand what other people would have thought of the wheel when it was first made, or of fire when it was first invented. You can imagine ancient humans looking at these inventions and wondering of what use could they possibly be. Even in the West, discussions have begun. This is a paper, a 21st century paper, on taking risks with translational research. And one of the conclusions of this paper is diverting basic science academia to tasks for which they and their environments are unsuited only will result in what is happening in the middle, where scientists simply fall through the gap. There's no bridge in between. That bridging is tremendously important. I'll give you just one example of how difficult it's going to be in the future to make discoveries. In your title of the Breakthrough Science Society, you convey the impression that science consists of breakthroughs. Science actually consists of a lot of incremental work patiently, slowly, carefully. Suzetrigine is the very first drug for pain which is coming into the market after a gap of more than 20 years. And it turns out that many of the medicines which have come for pain in the past have created problems. Those of you who read all the exploits of President Donald Trump over the last few weeks will find that one molecule, fentanyl, leads now to the imposition of tariffs on Mexico and Canada. But what is fentanyl? Fentanyl came in really as an opioid painkiller. And opioid painkillers have the problem of addiction. And now every year in America, 70 million deaths have so far been, over the years, 70 million over several years now, have been ascribed to overdoses of fentanyl. So science's progress often accompanied by other problems. So it's necessary for people to have a good appreciation for science. especially for those who are going to be making decisions on directions of scientific research. You can ask a question, can basic scientific research lead to useful technology? The answer is an emphatic yes, and I've illustrated it here with only two sets of pictures. The beginning of the 20th century, when Rontgen discovered X-rays, came from physics, and that is the image of Rontgen's wife's hand, the first X-ray image in the world. And when you look at that, you can see that the medical professionals who looked at it immediately realized they had a way of visualizing bone. And therefore, X-rays took off in medicine long before they took off in physics for other kinds of applications. And there, in the mid-1970s, that experiment done on imaging in inhomogeneous magnetic field gradients, Paul Lauterbach, 2 tubes of water imaged. That's what led to both the Nobel Prize and also to what is MRI imaging today. These are experiments in basic science, which if you'd heard them for the first time, you would never have imagined that they would have any application whatsoever. I can testify to this because I heard Paul Lauterbach's experiment being discussed when I was a graduate student shortly after he'd even done the experiment and it hadn't been published yet. And those of us who are graduate students listening couldn't understand what the experiment was. And then at the end of it, we came to the conclusion that such experiments could have no possible utility either in science or in technology. And we could not have been more wrong. It's also important to realize that the dominant technologies of our times, information technology and biotechnology, they're very popular among politicians. Everybody knows IT and everybody knows BT. Claude Shannon, the founder of information technology, Oswald Avery, the founder of biotechnology, both of them working in the 1940s. And they were doing research and never imagined that these are the technologies that are going to sweep the world at that time. It's sort of interesting, and as a sidelight, I must point out that Shannon's PhD dissertation is entitled An Algebra for Theoretical Genetics. And in some strange and mysterious way, information technology and bioinformatics and computational biology were anticipated in the title of Shannon's thesis. Lastly, the timetable of evolution. The single most important word in English that I think you must think about is evolution. Everything evolves. We evolve as we grow old. Everybody is evolving. Countries evolve. Societies evolve. Even religions evolve. But it is only the time scale that is important. And the one thing that one generally does not understand is time scales. And it is the earth sciences, the science of the earth, which really allows you to think about geological timescales and truly biological timescales. The earth was born approximately 5.67 billion years ago, 5.67 into 10 to the 9. And in the case of timescales, it's important to think in powers of 10. And it's always hard to think in powers of 10. You know, politicians only think in powers of a fraction of 10, 0.5 in India and 0.4 in America. And that's the election scheduled. Now look at the subjects that we must worry about in science. We must, of course, worry about geology, because geology is where it all started, when the earth was born. And for a while, all that happened was geology and chemistry. So these are the sciences which came first. Physics came a bit earlier, but physics will tell you how the earth was formed, how the universe began, and so forth. But we will forget physics for the time being. But after that, life takes a long time to evolve. It takes almost 1.5 billion years before the first unicellular organism, archaebacteria, surviving in an anaerobic atmosphere actually come about. What happened in this 1.6 billion years? What evolved? The geology evolved, the chemistry evolved, and presumably some of the elements of chemistry necessary for biochemistry also evolved. We might ask the question, when did genes come about? When were nucleic acids first made? When were proteins first made? When was the first cell which was formed? And here is the question of ancestors. When we think about ancestors, we are all descended from a single common ancestor, and that would of course be the first cell which actually evolved on Earth. So when that is done, everything that we talk about today is not important. And that is the grand sweep of nature and the grand sweep of science. Among the subjects of science, I would put microbiology as the most important one, because that's where you learn about the first cells and think about the first cells and think about the evolution of life. Animals came a bit, in fact, plants come in a little bit later, so I would put zoology a little bit before botany. But when you come to medicine, we are only worried about human beings, and human beings have been around for a very short period of time on this time scale. You can't even represent it on a figure like this. I've simply borrowed this from the reference given down below and annotated it in my own way. And there you can see oxygen put there. That's when the Earth's atmosphere becomes oxygenated, which means that microorganisms have learned how to do photosynthesis. Photosynthesis was invented not by man, but photosynthesis was invented by nature. And today, what are we trying to do? We're trying to do exactly the same thing when we now try to make hydrogen from water. We are, in fact, doing this because we need to use sunlight, which is the only source of energy that we have, which is free and doesn't create pollution. And the wonderful thing about the sun is this: its energy is going to die out eventually. But the physicists tell us that we have a few billion years more to go, so we don't worry about it. So the end of life is also certain. So this is what science worries about. And, but we don't have to worry about it on our time scale. Our time scales are what? At best, 100 years. And the politician's time scale is 5. So we are talking about time scales which are meaningless in a scientific context. So nature. How has nature changed? Bronowski's Ascent of Man, BBC series in the 1970s, come out as a book much later, says this, says among the multitude of animals which scamper, fly, burrow and swim around us, man is the only one who is not locked into his environment. His imagination, his reason, his emotional subtlety and toughness make it possible for him not to accept the environment but to change it. That series of inventions by which man from age to age has remade his environment is a different kind of evolution. Not biological, but cultural evolution. I call that brilliant sequence of cultural peaks the ascent of man. He wrote this in the 1970s when science and the public appreciation of science was at its peak. Technologies were not as advanced as they are today. Today, that is not the case. What he's really talking about, the series of inventions. One of the greatest inventions of modern times, at least in my lifetime, has been this. Every one of you has one, and every one of you is communicating with everybody else all over the world if you want. But you can see that this has also changed cultures. Cultural evolution is taking place. Elon Musk, X, Twitter, and all the varieties of social media are changing cultures. There was the lament in the introductory speeches which were made about the short attention span of students and the need to change modes of communication and teaching. That's a cultural change that is happening. But this cultural change is not happening by itself. This cultural change is the result of science and technology. The science of computers and the technologies of communication. Many things in nature are completely sustainable. Those of you who talk about the environment will find this. There's nothing better than the global carbon cycle if you take human beings out of the equation. If you had a world before human beings are perfectly sustainable, carbon dioxide levels would have remained constant over very long periods of time. And this is because of the chemistry that you see there. The chemistry is wonderful. In one side, you will start with oxygen and make water. On the other side, you'll start with water and make oxygen. Photosynthesis splits water. The rest of living beings consume the oxygen and convert it to water once again. So perfectly sustainable cycle of chemistry. So we are the problem. Mendeleev, whom I put, gave us the periodic table. But look at this. Carbon and silicon along the same column, one below the other, completely different properties. And it turns out that carbon drove biology and life. Silicon has driven the information age. And their properties are different. We found a way to use silicon. Our nature found a way to use carbon. Where do these elements come from? They come only from the stars. And therefore, all the elements that you have on Earth are the Earth's inheritance when it was born. So today, when you think about public issues like mining, it turns out we can get elements only by mining. Technology needs the elements, and mining causes environmental degradation. So there is this trade-off between what is needed for modern human society and what the environment can actually bear. Those are the problems that you must discuss and make people appreciate. It's in the stars that matter evolves, really. In fact, that's where one element goes to another. And Bronowski says this, he says, matter itself evolves. The word comes from Darwin and biology, but it is the word that changed physics in my lifetime. You can't say it better than that. And then he talks about carbon, how improbable the formation of carbon atoms are in stars. And if you form carbon in stars in that improbable collision of helium nuclei, it's an improbable event. And it turns out that life is an improbable event. And that's how life has evolved on Earth. So we must preserve it. Finally, I will end in discussion of what institutions and our general thinking must be. Donald Stokes' famous book on the Pasteur Quadrant is one of my favorite because basic science was driving technological innovation. He was drawing the connection at the end of the 20th century. He died before the book was published. And he gave us this quadrant, which he called Pasteur's Quadrant. I've only colored it up and put in Google Images to illustrate it. Along the x-axis, you have use-inspired research. Along the y-axis, you have fundamental research. And the question is, can you have somebody who does wonderful use-inspired research and wonderful basic research? He picked Pasteur because Pasteur did the fundamental work which led to organic stereochemistry and an understanding of biochemistry. Pasteur also did fundamental work in microbiology and gave us vaccines, and today we call pasteurization after his name. Bohr talked about hydrogen spectra and gave us the model of the atom. That would have been a pinnacle of basic research at that time. Was it useful? Not at that time, but I think that understanding later led to the quantum revolution. Edison could have discovered the electron, but instead of discovering the electron, he moved on to illumination, and in the process illuminated our lives. So he was an inventor. So where is average industrial and academic R&D? It's in the bottom quadrant. And the iconic figure that I can illustrate for the bottom quadrant is R.K. Lakshman's Common Man. Most of us try to ask the question, which direction are we going to go in this research space? And then there's academic space. Same principle, teaching on one side, research on the other. The best of institutions would be ideal, both research and teaching of the highest level. Hard to achieve, but how do you evolve in this space? So evolution is a word that you must use even here to find a pathway of evolution. Today, some biotechnologists talk about evolution in test tubes for bacteria by subjecting them to environmental stresses. Our national laboratories, for example, are commissioned with doing research on one direction and technology development on the other. The best laboratories will do both of them wonderfully well, but you know how difficult it is. This is why we do have a crisis within the scientific ecosystem in India. That brings me to the end of what I wanted to say in starting off your discussions, and I hope that you will have the occasion to consider problems which we face. It's not easy to find solutions, but over a period of time, if a sufficient number of people understand the problems that we face, maybe some of them will come up with possible pathways to solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Balram. Now, stage is open for question and answer, which will be handled in a digital mode. Volunteers, please display the site. So this is onlinequestions.org. Also, you could use the QR code for accessing the same site. Once you access the site, you can enter the event number displayed in the screen, and you will be able to enter your question after clicking the button named New on the top right corner of your mobile screen. Please enter your name and state along with the question. Event number is 16450. QR code could be scanned as well.
This tells you how advanced technology has become. It's difficult even to ask questions. As one who only recently learned how to use phone pay, I can see the difficulty in scanning. If there are a long line of people behind you, you're always embarrassed because you don't get the QR code on your phone.
So one question, sir. What is day science and night science? The next question, what is public science and private science? Would you like to answer and then?
Yeah, I think the metaphor that was used for day science and night science, which Jacob had in mind, was day science is a purposeful, directed activity with a predictable outcome, which is what you do when you get paid to do something. Night science is something that you do outside the office hours, one in which you are trying to understand something, and then when you do it, you may not know how to answer the question that you're working on. You sort of do what I would use not a very nice phrase, but you sort of just generally mess around. And then when you mess around, you find something, you follow it up, you mess around again, you find something else. And a lot of this used to happen in chemistry, where people just mix things together and then you discover something. Today, what you would say is, in all our scientific institutions, we have what is called hypothesis-driven science. Hypothesis-driven science is that in which you have a hypothesis and you try to do a great deal of work to establish your hypothesis. So you're already sort of prejudiced towards your hypothesis. On the other hand, discovery science is the one in which you're randomly doing experiments and you discover something. And you can see there is a great deal of excitement sometimes in discovery science. A lot of great discoveries happen by serendipity, by accident. And therefore people must be trying to do experiments and do things which sort of excite them, and they are curious about what will happen if they do something. That is what is called night science, because whoever pays you doesn't like to see you doing that in the daytime. They don't worry about what you do at night. And what was the other question? Oh, public science and private science. Today I would say public science is the one which is funded by governments, and private science is the one which is actually funded by industry. Now industry, particularly pharmaceuticals, the IT industry, all of these big industries have very large R&D setups. And in those R&D setups, yes, research must be focused, research must be directed, and research must have a tangible outcome. And at the end of that research, the revenues of the company must go up. That's perfectly understandable. Public science, on the other hand, is the one which is done primarily in public institutions. There are two kinds of public institutions: academic institutions and research institutions. Now, many places don't have so many pure research institutions as India does. Most of the research is done in universities, for example, in the United States or in England. There are a few public laboratories, but they're very few. India, on the other hand, the academic institutions are being starved, the research institutions are being overly directed, and the result is that public science is suffering. And I think that is the point also, both for funding and for direction, which Professor Banerjee really commented on at the beginning.
So we will take two more questions. Why is the history of science is ignored at academic institute to reach next generation?
Can you just repeat the question again?
Why is history of science ignored at academic institute to reach next generation? Why is history of science ignored in the academia?
Yes, well, that's a very good question, because in the teaching of science, I think it is much better to teach science with a historical approach, because it is only then that you can actually understand how things developed. And it turns out that that's not the usual way in which science is taught. It wasn't the way it was taught to me. I have to say that I've understood things which I should have learned in college much better after my retirement. This is largely because I have also now been teaching only. And when you try to teach in a new way, you try to go back to the old things and learn history. And in a way, I like the word evolution simply because if you know how science has evolved, you also know how the process of thinking has evolved. In a way that allows you to connect things. Why did people do something? And so on. I think it's important. In our teaching, we need to change that. We need to have the history of science incorporated in a seamless manner in teaching science.
How do we address the recent pull away from science in India and elsewhere? How do we address the recent pull away from science in India and elsewhere?
I don't really know, except that getting more people to agree with you and arguing publicly and vocally against efforts that are being made to diminish emphasis on science in education and also to diminish emphasis on science in academic institutions. And this, of course, means putting more pressure on governments of all kinds, because after all, it's governments which rule us, and we must remember it's also governments which we elect. So if today the Americans are wrestling with Mr. Trump, every country must wrestle with the people it has elected.
Now we will conclude the question and answer session because of the time constraint. Thank you, Professor Balram, for your inspiring words that set the tone for this conference. By inspiring to think about the time frame of nature, your insights reminds us of the responsibility we carry as members of the scientific community. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. Now we break for a refreshment time. Please have tea and snacks arranged outside the hall. Volunteers of Breakthrough Science Society will help you. We will gather back precisely by... We are delighted to have Professor S. Mahadevan as our moderator of Seminar 1. We also like to invite the speakers of the seminar, Professor C.P. Rajendran, as well as Professor Dhrubajyoti Mukhopadhyaya, over to the dais.
While we are waiting for the stage to be arranged, first of all, on my personal behalf, let me welcome all the delegates to the conference. So, എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരമുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം, വണക്കം, namaskar. That exhausts all my language skills, I suppose.
Yeah. Our first speaker is Professor C.P. Rajendran, Professor, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. He is a geoscientist and academic leader, currently serving as an adjunct professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, NIAS, in Bangalore. Professor Rajendran joined the Center for Earth Sciences Studies in Thiruvananthapuram, where he made significant contribution to the field of seismology. He later held esteemed positions at the Indian Institute of Science and the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research in Bangalore. In recognition of his outstanding contribution to geoscience, Professor Rajendran was awarded the National Geoscience Award by the Government of India and also been honored with the Ramanujan Fellowship. He is a prolific science communicator, contributing columns to various Indian dailies and online platforms, advocating for science policies, environmental awareness, and scientific temperament. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
PPT.
Thank you for this invitation to come and present this talk in, in a assembly of, many of scholars here and the students and all that. And it was I consider it a great honor. Also, I must thank all the office bearers of the society, Sumitra Banerjee and others. And I'm also thrilled to listen to Professor P. Balram, who gave a scintillating talk this morning. And he was one person who was responsible for us to go back to IISc Trustin in Trivandrum in Center for Science Studies. So I'm very happy, and Kusala also very happy to be here and listen to all this. So today my target is the environmental degradation. And I think the next panelist would address more about the climate change. So I'll just give you a gist of what has gone wrong in this country. I've been a very loud critic of the present regime because of various reasons. I'm not going into all that, and especially because their attitude towards modern science. And I'm also not going into all that. So I just restrict myself to the environment and the conditions of the current environmental degradation that is going on in this country. And I hope that I would be able to complete this in about 30 minutes. So these slides are mostly a little bit more of text, but you ignore that. Just concentrate on some of the highlights. So the point is, are we, this is a book by Jerome Diamond. It's a very famous book. And he talks about, identifies, various environmental problems and failure to adapt to environmental issues by the previous, some of the societies, not very as old as Indus Valley, or even they had to go through some climate change and all that, and how it impacted their existence. They're all questions. But here he is talking about some of the settlements not far away in the past. We're talking about some of the settlements. And he says that there are 12 environmental problems facing the humankind today. And you can see that deforestation, habitat destruction, soil problems like erosion, salinization, and soil fertility, water management, and overhunting, overfishing, and all that. And along with that, you also need to take into account of our population, which is actually, now we are dealing with that. Although the projections are the population might come down probably in 100 or 150 years from now. Even Kerala shows certain negative trends in population. So, of course, there are other issues that will crop up, when even the population comes down, there are other issues that we may have to face. So again, along with that, now we have the anthropogenic climate change. So all these are, again, the use of photosynthetic capacity has gone down much because of deforestation and all that. So this is what it is. Are we closing towards a collapse? And the kind of leadership that we have today, global leadership, including the guy who is now in the United States, who doesn't want to talk about climate change, nor he does understand what climate change is. This is a country which is supposed to be the leading world power. This is what they are doing. Now, are we coming closer to a situation where we are going to collapse? Or, are we getting into a position, place where we are going to tip over? We are to see that, but the point is, things are not looking very good. Yeah. See, the one thing I've already discussed about the huge number of poor people that depend on limited resources. See, it is always the marginalized people who are going to face the brunt of it. The elites will always find out a way of finding out some ways of safer places and get out of this, hopefully. But these are the people who are going to face up. And most of our people in India are marginalized, poor people, who are going to face this brunt of the climate change and environmental issues. You know that we are degrading the lands and the resources, and forests are vanishing. And I'll come to that later on forests. Contaminated water and depleting water levels, all these are problems. Like even the states are now fighting over the water resources. Like the Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are fighting over the water, and there are several other states which are fighting over it. I mean, even the countries are going into a conflict situation because of the depleting water resources. Then there is a collateral impact of large-scale infrastructure projects. And I will get into that because many of these issues I've been with others and myself been writing about it. And I'll be concentrating on some of these issues which I've been writing about so that I get to talk about it more on a personal level. The current development paradigm and exacerbated these challenges. This is a problem. So this has compounded the current development paradigm. There is a where the present leadership looking at this a grandiose kind of a scheme of things which they think is going to change for good for the people. Like a river interlinking. So many examples of grandiose projects. This is what the problem now we are facing. What happened? So we know that the water is a depleting resource. Then you have also know that most of our water resources are contaminated. And we also have problems in waste disposal. And the cities draw, as I've already told you about this water issues between states and between urban centers, because Bangalore, from where I'm coming from, is actually there is no water there. Most of the time we get transported water from elsewhere, from distant places. So in many of the cities, like Bombay or Delhi or other places, we have the water issues. And there's other groundwater depletion that is going on there. In most of this Indo-Gangetic plain, what you find, if you look at some of the studies, we use gravity studies, with the changing, the masses under the, the density under the soil, we now know that it is actually depleting very much. So it has got implications not only for drinking water, even for agriculture. Then the climate change, which the next speaker will talk more about it. And we know that there are long spells of droughts and floods, and including the landslides, the frequency has increased. So this is something which we wrote in Frontline with Mallika Banot, and we are talking about, we ask the people to leave Ganga alone, because the way we have been managing the rivers has been atrocious. I mean, also there's a question that, many of us, I don't, many of us venerate rivers, but they still, pollute the rivers, the same river which they have venerated. So this is all started with 2013. And, you have massive floods caused by, this is one case where it started because of GNLOP, that is called the Glacier Lake Burst. This is the first example, which is modern example, which has actually impacted this area, Kedarnath, and also the other dams in the downstream area. And with all this drama that is going on now, in terms of veneration, respecting rivers and all that, so you see that the Ganga was classified in category D, and many of these guys who are in the water, they don't understand that. It has got the, the coliform bacteria is, you show that numbers in, 5,500 mpn per 100 ml is a level too high to be considered to be safe for, not only for agriculture, but also, not only for drinking and bathing, also for agriculture use. So this is the kind of water that we have. then, I was mentioning about this, how, the same group of people venerate and destroy, both together. Victor Mallet's book, River of Life and River of Death, asks this question: how can the Ganges be worshipped as a life-giving force by so many Indians and simultaneously abused by the same people? So you have all these cases of Kedarnath, 2013 flood, and how the muck which had deposited, has destroyed some of the under construction projects, this hydroelectric project in the downstream. And again, 2021, the Ushiganga flash flood claimed the life of so many workers. It's called Tabovan, Vishnugat projects, all famous examples of how the climate change, aggravated by the climate change, these disasters have become very frequent in the Himalaya because of the thoughtless infrastructural projects. So this is what's going on now. Now the Uttarakhand government denies any link between disasters and hydropower projects. But as if you recall, Mark Antony's funeral speech of Julius Caesar, he says he knows that Brutus actually killed him. But he says that, and Brutus is an honorable man. So we just take the report of disaster management report by the same government. You read that several anthropogenic, this is what they have written. Several anthropogenic factors are also responsible for making this area conducive for mass movement, landslide, etc. And it's all because of the indiscriminate, unscientific construction of buildings, roads, and dams. All this is written by their own agency, government agency, but the government denies any link between disasters and hydropower projects. So this is, it's a negation of their own report. So you see that, the Ganga is the lifeline of India. It gives us close to 40% of India's GDP and one of the most densely populated riverine system across the globe. And, and almost 600 million people in 11 states. Total length of this, about 2,500 kilometers in India, only 80 kilometers of this river flows freely. So this is the whole issue here. It is not just, unless you have a free flow of the river cannot regain its original stature. So why do action plans on Ganga conservation fail? Despite the fact that you are putting, crores and crores of rupees for many, many years, the river cleans itself if allowed to flow freely. The flow of Ganga had been severely, tempered with impacted is water quality. This is a problem. So if you keep on building, HEPs, like the hydroelectric projects all across the Himalaya and distributaries, the flow will be impacted. So this, unless we come out of this habit, because it has got a serious implication, we are not going to revive Ganga. It's not moving. So the recent report by the Climate Risk Horizon, actually say that, there are all this extreme, it's all projected, extreme weather events could either destroy or severely delay these projects. So the cost runoff, that might go up, it can be very costly in the course of time. So this is not sustainable in the long run. It is economically destructive. It's also ecologically destructive. Again, there are projects like road widening, the Chardham, they wanted to connect all these famous Hindu temples in the Himalaya. And actually they are looking at the pilgrimage tourism. That is exactly their reason why they are hyping up all this Kumbh Mela and all that. They are trying to generate revenue at the cost of the river and the environment. Again, another example is, again, this is in Sikkim, not in Ganga, but it's on Teesta River. You can see that how what happened after an accident is again because of the glacier burst, leak, which has burst because of that, and there's a huge amount of massive sediments that are coming. But unfortunately, the same people, recently about a week ago, decided to rebuild this despite the protest and objection by the population in Sikkim. It's not moving. Yeah, so the Chardam project, we have written about this. We call it as a freeway to disaster. And the project is very unscientific because they're expanding to a very broad road which cannot be done in a Himalayan terrain. So all this now, even recently, you have, it's just gone, the scientific studies have shown that, the landslides have gone up, the frequency has gone up. There are a lot of death on the route. And also see the stretch, recently there was in February 2nd, there is an area where it is sinking. And all this, you can see, the maps on the side, on the left side, you can see that, the biodiversity, the landslide has gone up, the biodiversity has, kind of ruined, and, all that thing has been impacted. So this is a very, very kind of a project that they should not have even attempted, but almost now, it has gone almost three-fourth kind of construction is already done now, and let us see and wait for the results, which is not going to be a happy thing. So again, Joshimath, this is because, in 2009, during the tunnel excavation, the boring machine has actually punctured an aquifer, and it's resulting in the loss of massive amount of water, which, went on for years. Now by 2021, you can see that, 23, you see that, the whole thing sort of piled up, all these problems piled up, and the whole terrain started subsiding, sinking there. So this is all caused because of these thoughtless infrastructural projects. No, I'm talking about Yamuna, and I'm not able to get the other slide. Yeah. So the Yamuna again, I don't know whether the results have already announced in Delhi, but this is one of the themes that was very much debated during the election campaign. It's about the pollution in Yamuna. And, the parties were blaming each other on that. And you can see, the kind of things, the kind of pollution that is going on in Yamuna. And that is right happening under the eyes of, the central government and to the state government there. It's the Delhi capital of India. So this is what it is. And see, the point is, how are they going to do this? How are they going to clean this up? I think they have a problem with this. Yeah, so when Shah Jahan was in the prison during his, later years, in his captivity, he was gazing at the Taj Mahal, and, and he could see the reflection in Yamuna. So now, what happens is, because of the pollution in Yamuna, this might even impact the wooden foundations on which the Taj Mahal was built. And that could lead to disintegration, and that could eventually destroy Taj Mahal because the foundation is going to be degraded because of the pollution in Yamuna. So a very serious thing. So, all these lifelines like Yamuna and Ganga are dying now, and just going to becoming a big existential threat, to Indians. And again, we need to have a dispassionate scientific approach free from political consideration that will actually guarantee the restoration of this precious natural asset. I remain skeptical about it, the way things are being discussed in India. So again, going to this river linking, another disaster in the making. Like 2025, 2024, Prime Minister laid the foundation stone for Ken-Betwa river link, and the project cost presently, but it will again go up. 45,000 crores was launched despite the objection raised by many experts, because this is not going to help us with water security in India. So river interlink, another nail in the coffin of the river system in India. Again, this has become a grandiose idea of, one of these grandiose ideas, fundamentally flawed because it overlooks the environmental cost and eventual deaths of rivers and deltaic regions. So this kind of, the disequilibrium in the natural hydrographic system will actually destroy the associated ecological niche, which, which in the long term, that's not good for us. And this actually will actually impact the deltaic regions, because the deltaic regions requires river water. And if you stop it or if you divert that, the deltaic systems will die. And this is what's really happening in Sundarbans, because compounded by sea level rise also. So they don't understand, the rivers are a part of drainage basin, and they have got, associated ecological niche, which, I told you about this. There's ultimately, it reaches the deltaic plains, and, that is what interfaces with sea. And there is a lot of other ecological, niche around that, which would actually impact even fish, the population of fish. So we have to see it as a, sort of a system, not as a drainage canal. That is what we have to distinguish between a river, from a drainage canal. The river has got another, certain way of contributing to the ecological stability. So this has this channelization attempted Kissimmee River in Florida years back, and it has become a failure, and now they are trying to find out ways of restoration, bringing back to its origin. This is exactly what is going to happen in India also, after a long time, though. I'm not able to change. So yeah, again, this is another example of Aral Sea, the inland lake in Central Asia, which is now has become a desert, because because they were diverting rivers which was flowing into this, and that is during the heydays of the Soviet Union. Those days, the engineering projects was was lot of there was a lot of encouragement during that time. So they didn't understand this would be the impact after several years, after they're all gone. But now you see the whole Aral Sea has become a desert now. I'm going to finish this very fast now. So this is again a Ghaziabad landfill. You know that there is a environmental issue. One of these things is a landfill, which is growing up like huge mountains in various, many cities, especially in Delhi. And, it's the rapid urbanization, because of the rapid, and the waste management is extremely challenging, and we are not able to handle that. This again, the Ghaziabad landfill is actually commissioned in 1984, and it started overflowing in 2002, and still is operating without certification since 2006. So this is another problem, that is a mounting garbage problem. We need inventive solutions to solve this. We are not even considering that, despite the fact that these are available here, but we are still not thinking about it, talking about it, discussing about it. So we need to find out a way of solving the plastic crisis in the country. So this is one solution which some of the experts are recommending. And the BARC, Baba Atomic Research Group, they have actually developed, it's also developed elsewhere in the world, but BARC has found out a way of doing this now, and I don't know why the government is not trying to implement, at least on an experimental basis, in some of the urban centers. So the air pollution again is all much talked about during winter times. Again, now people will forget. So we'll wait for the next November, December to have a peak discussion on this again. So there's a cyclicity about it. So again, this is a huge problem. But another thing, they talk about many causes, like human activity, burning coal, petrol, and even blame the farmers for burning the crop and all that, residual crop. But the fact of the matter is there are some other things which are under the control of the government. One is the coal-based power plants, which actually releases a lot of emission that contains poisonous gas. And they are not able to, many of the companies, the private companies who are running that, don't want to come up with any system that can actually filter out the pollutants from the smoke. And that is because it is, they will lead to the cost. So they are trying to somehow, escape the system. And why wouldn't the government insist on that? That is one thing. The second thing is the so-called waste-to-energy plant. In many of the, in Delhi especially, they produce also, it is just like running on a, just burning the waste, just like that. I mean, it has got no filters in that. I mean, it actually produces a lot of bottom ash and fly ash, and all this ash contains a lot of pollutants like cadmium, which is very deadly, and it's all being spread throughout the city, and we are not able to control that. So again, the wetlands is another problem which is disappearing very fast, and there is a lot of drastic biodiversity loss. That is a problem that is coming up, because this is one place where carbon sequestration is important. So if you're disappearing wetlands and disappearing forests, that is a problem. We should be failing in the carbon sequestration. So another thing is, we have a State of the India Forest report by the government in December 2023. And what people are saying, the experts are saying that there is a lot of data that has been manipulated. So this is again a problem. Whatever data that is coming out of the government and all this are not done on a professional way. So how do we understand what is happening around? So the government claims that the forest land is expanded, but the actual situation is that it is an incorrect assessment. The methodology followed is full. They say that reports, the critique says that is full of flaws.
Could you summarize, please?
Yeah, I'm done.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So there is a decrease in the forest cover from 2013 to 2023 in the Northeast especially, and now somebody is going to the court for that. I'll summarize this. Only one more slide, I think. So again, the International Container Transshipment Port in Great Nicobar will destroy the vast tract of tropical forests, which everybody knows, but government is going ahead with that. It's an ecological disaster in the making. So the biggest challenge is we need to identify a development paradigm that will lead to a greater equity and growth and sustainability. That should be our target. So this is how I want to conclude my talk. And these are all new ideas like prosperity without growth. There are a lot of discussions going on, but I don't know whether such discussions are very actively pursued in India. I mean, we need to discuss about this. There may be problems, limitations on this, but these are the new ideas that we must sort of follow and find out the ways of coming up with a new economic paradigm to meet the challenges that we have already discussed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor C.P. Rajendran, for thought-provoking deliberation on climate change and environmental degradation, and encouraging us to have scientific method free from political interference to address the issue. Please be seated, sir. We will have the question and answer session towards the end, but again, I would like to remind, you can enter your question now Question answer, which will be handled in a digital mode. We will be displaying a site named onlinequestions.org, and you could also use QR code for accessing the same site. Once you access the site, you can enter the event number displayed in the screen, and you will be able to enter your question after clicking the button named New on the top right corner of your mobile screen. Please enter your name and state along with the question. Event number is 16460. 16460. Now let us move on to the next speaker of the seminar 1, Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay. It is my distinct honor to introduce a luminary in the field of geology and a dedicated advocate for scientific thought. Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay, retired professor of geology, Calcutta University. Professor Mukhopadhyay is an eminent geologist whose extensive research has significantly advanced our understanding of geological processes. His commitment to science extends beyond research. He is deeply involved in promoting scientific awareness and education across the nation. As the president of the Breakthrough Science Society, Professor Mukhopadhyay has been instrumental in fostering a scientific temperament and rational thinking. He has led numerous initiatives to engage the public in science, emphasizing its role in societal development. Over to you, sir.
Can I have the slide, please?
Could you confine your talk to 15 minutes?
Half an hour, sir. When the ideas of climate change first came towards the middle of the last century, there was a lot of denial of the reality of the climate change, primarily funded and instigated by the oil lobby. But for the last 75 years, the scientists have subjected the vast amount of data collected from meteorological stations from all around the globe, and now definitely established the reality of the climate change. Which one is this one? Yes. So, we have meteorological data from 1850s or so, and you can see they produced graphs like this, and you can see that how the temperature has steadily increased, and towards the middle of 2020s, the temperature increase was about 1.1 degree, and then there was this spark in the temperature rise in 23, 24, and the present temperature rise has exceeded anything that the Earth experienced for the last 10 or 20,000 years. So the temperature today is 1.6 degrees more than the average temperature in the pre-industrial period. Why isn't it moving? So because of the shortage of time, we'll quickly, this is not moving. The main culprit for this increase in temperature is the greenhouse gases. The effect of greenhouse gases was understood by scientists even in the 19th century or early part of the 20th century by scientists like Arrhenius, but nobody paid much attention to it until Keeling established the increase of carbon dioxide through actual measurements in the island of Mauna Loa. So we'll go. Now the basic physics is very simple. The Earth receives its energy from the sun. A part of it is reflected by the atmosphere and a part by the on Earth's surface. and some of the radiation is absorbed by the earth, and the earth warms up, and the warming radiation that goes out from the earth, that is absorbed in the infrared range, that is absorbed by the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and it radiates in all directions, and it warms up the earth's surface and the lower atmosphere. So the basic physics is very simple. Now, why do we say that the human activities was responsible for the rise in temperature? That is, one reason is the correlation of the rise in the greenhouse gases and the rise in the temperature. The blue curve here above is the temperature change. You can see that for the last, from nearly 1700 years, the temperature was more or less uniform with a slight dip in 17th century. And then from the beginning of the 19th century, when the Industrial Revolution started, the temperature started to shoot up. We see this is the greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. You see their concentration in the atmosphere shows exactly the same pattern as the change in temperature. And this increase in the greenhouse gases again started from the Industrial Revolution, when human civilization burnt fossil fuel to a large extent and emitted carbon dioxide, and cut down forests, which produced the methane from the agricultural fields. So the correlation is one of the reasons why we think that the increase in carbon dioxide and due to human activity and the increase in temperature of the earth are, one is the cause, the other is the effect. This is not functioning. Huh? We point there. Okay. Can I have the slide? No, it's not functioning. Let's just stop there. Yes, okay. Go to the next one. Next one. So we just quickly go through the impact of the climate change. Next one. Next one. Yes, the main impact is on the ice cover of the Earth. In the two polar regions, you see this is a satellite imagery of the Arctic sea ice in 1979, and this one is 2003, and see how the ice cover has changed. And then the mountain glaciers, next one. Here also you see the continental glaciers also, they are melting, and their cumulative mean thickness is gradually going down, and the average glacier thickness is also going down. Next one. And the permafrost is defrosting, the frozen ground is defrosting. This has a sort of a feedback effect. As the permafrost is melting, the organic matter which is in the permafrost, that decays and releases atmospheric carbon dioxide and methane, and the carbon dioxide and methane being greenhouse gases further increases the temperature. So the warming melts the permafrost. The melting of the permafrost further enhances the warming. Next one. As a result of all this melting of the ice, the sea level is gradually rising, and you can see that the rate of rise of the sea level is increasing progressively. In 1900 to 1930, it was 0.6 millimeter per year. During 1930 to 1992, it was 1.2 millimeter per year. 1993 to 2015, 3.2 millimeter per year. And then 2010 to 2015, it is 4.4 millimeter per year. Next one. The oceans, not only the land is warming, the oceans are warming. The oceans are getting acidic due to the absorption of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, because as the atmospheric carbon dioxide increases, oceanic carbon dioxide in solution increases. That makes the oceans more acidic, and the ocean chemistry is also changing due to the influx of freshwater melt from the melting of the glaciers. So its density also changes, and the temperature and change in temperature and density is affecting the ocean circulation, and the ocean circulation in turn changes the global climate, because our climate is controlled to a large extent by the oceanic currents. Next one, please. The effect of the warming on the rainfall is somewhat complex. One would expect that as the temperature increases, there will be more evaporation from the oceans, so there will be more moisture in the atmosphere, so there should be more rainfall. So in a general way, we can say that you can see that with reference to the 1900 to 2000 baseline, up to 1950, the temperature, the rainfall was lower, and after 1950, most of the years, the rainfall is higher than the average. So overall, there is an increase of rainfall. But locally, the rainfall is controlled by many other factors. So in areas, you may have both decrease in rainfall as well as increase in rainfall as a result of the climate change. Next one, this is very important. In all weather systems, there are some extreme weather events which are natural occurrences, like heat waves. In some years, the summers may be hot. In some years, the summers may be very, very hot, like 24 was a very hot summer, and in many areas, the temperature exceeded all past records. And the increase in temperature will promote wildfires. There will be prolonged and severe droughts, intense rainfall within a short period, like what happened in Chennai a few years back, and in Mumbai also some years back. We can have flash floods, Kedarnath disaster caused by glacial lake outburst, and the glacial lake outburst in turn was triggered by excessive rainfall in the catchment area. And then cyclones and hurricanes, and as a result of the global warming, the extreme weather events became more frequent and more intense. Next one, please. There is impact on the biological system also. There is loss of biological diversity. It affects the health. It increases the risk of heat-related illness. And because there is a drought, there is decrease in crop production and malnutrition that causes diseases, and moisture causes more mosquitoes and insects, so vector-borne diseases will become more rampant. Next one. So in particular, in India is one of the countries which is very vulnerable to the effects of climate change. This is roughly a summary of what has happened during the past since surface air temperature has increased by 0.7 degree between 901 to 2018. Since 1986, the average annual mean temperature has risen by 0.5 degree per decade. Indian Ocean has warmed up by 1 degree centigrade on the average between 1951 to 2015. The number of heat waves in the pre-monsoon periods have increased significantly, and the maximum temperature in many localities have broken all records in 2024. 2024 was a particularly bad year for extreme high heat. In 1950, after 1950, the frequency of droughts have increased, and the expansion of dry areas has increased at a rate of 1.3% per decade. And after 1950s, floods have increased over a majority of basins. These floods are caused both by the enhanced stream flow as a result of glacier melting, as well as the extreme rainfall events. And sometimes droughts are followed by high rainfall events and attendant flash floods. Next one, please. The monsoon effect is interesting. The rise in western disturbances activity during 1951 to 2015 has led to increasing unpredictability of the pre-monsoon rain. The important thing is the frequency of the extreme rainfall events have increased by around 50% during the last 50 years. And the moderate rainfall events have decreased in the past 50 years. This has led to increase in both floods and droughts. The moderate rainfall events have decreased, which gives rise to droughts, and the extreme rainfall events have increased, which gives rise to floods. So you have an alternation of droughts and floods in the same area. And the Himalayan glaciers, their area is decreasing. The small glaciers had decreased by 38% during 1962-2004, and the area of large glaciers have decreased by a lesser amount, but still a decrease by 12%. And the melting has profound hydrological and agricultural impacts because our water supply is controlled by what is happening in the mountainous regions. You can see the Gangotri Glacier. This is from the satellite imageries. From 1780 to 2010, the glacier has, the mouth of the glacier, the Gomukh, has retreated backwards by nearly 4 kilometers. Next one. The sea level is rising as it is rising all over the world, but in India it is non-uniform. In Mumbai, the sea level rise is 0.77 per millimeter for the past 100 years, and in Kolkata, it is 5.2 millimeter per year during the past 50 years. So Kolkata is very likely to be submerged during the next 100 years. The increase in number and intensity of storm surges and cyclone, that is another effect of the climate change in India. During 1950 to 2018, there is a 49% increase in the number of severe category tropical cyclones in Bay of Bengal. In Sundarban itself, we have 5 big cyclones in 2020, and 52% increase in the number of severe category cyclones after 1950 in the western side, in the Arabian Sea region. And 6 out of 11 cyclones have reached greater severity in this region. Next one. Next one. This climate change has severe societal impact also. The climate disasters, they destroy livelihood and leads to large-scale displacement of population, the so-called climate refugees. And the cyclone Amphan itself, one cyclone displaced 2.4 million people in West Bengal and Odisha. And in Sundarbans, devastating cyclones, one after another, have pushed people to poverty, forcing increased migration and exposing women, girls, and children to greater risk of being victims of trafficking. In 2022, in West Bengal alone, nearly 54,000 women and 13,000 children were reported missing. It's a huge amount.
Five more minutes, sir. Could you summarize? 5 minutes more.
In the coming years. Next one. Next one. So you can see that in future, if we are active and reduce our climate carbon dioxide emission drastically, we'll get a curve like the green curve. At 2100, the temperature increase will be about 2.2 degrees. And if you have moderate emission, decrease by our carbon dioxide emission by a moderate amount, it will go up to 3.5 degrees. And if we do nothing, business as usual, the temperature will be 5.5. So even the temperature rise of 2.2, remember that this is an average mean temperature. So some parts of India will experience, even with very severe carbon dioxide emission restriction, some parts of India will experience temperature rise of 4 to 5 degrees. So the effect will be catastrophic on all life forms, including the humans. Next one. And there will be increased number of hot days, incident of forest fires will go up, there will be higher risk of heavy precipitation, the rainfall could increase in southeast coast by 20%, and monsoon precipitation will go up. Next one. Next one. Go on, go on. Go on. So, the communities living in Ganga-Brahmaputra Delta and Mahanadi Delta will be subjected to increased vulnerability because the river flow will experience first an increased flow because of the melting of the glaciers, and then after the glaciers are melted beyond a critical amount, the rivers will dry up. So decreased food availability as a result of dip in crop production, which will have a significant impact on the economic growth, and there will be increased risk of vector-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue. What can we do about it? It's very simple. We have to decrease our emission and change from using coal for energy production to non-renewable energy production, solar energy production, primarily, and use our transportation also. Can I go on? So we can, whatever it has happened, we can, we have to adapt to the change of climate that has already happened. And these adaptation measures are listed here. That this is for temperature change which has already happened. And along with that, we have mitigation measures, which are measures to restrict the restrict the carbon dioxide emission in future. Next one. Next one. These are the mitigation measures. Replace fossil fuel-based power generation by solar, wind and small hydroelectric power generation. Make buildings and electrical appliances more energy efficient. Promote public transport instead of individual vehicles. Switch to electric cars. Increase area of forests and develop carbon sequestration technology. Next one. Next one. Global climate change is a global phenomenon. So there must be a global effort to increase, combat the effects of climate change. So in 2015, there was a Paris Agreement to avoid climate disaster. The global average temperature is to be kept below 2 degrees centigrade and above the pre-industrial level. It is best to try to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The developed countries have reaped the benefit of the increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere through the Industrial Revolution, and now the less developed countries, they want to develop, and the burden is now being pressed on the less developed countries to reduce their carbon dioxide emission. Just go on, live, go. So this is what is the politics today. The global north, that is responsible for the historical emissions, and the benefits of that emissions fuel the Industrial Revolution and make the developed countries developed. And now the developed countries are increasing pressure on the less developed countries to reduce their emissions. So this is the international politics now, and all the IPCC international conferences, tussle is going how much the developed countries are to give funding to the underdeveloped countries to reduce their emissions and transition to a more friendly power generation. That tussle is going on in every international conference without any satisfactory resolution. Next one. Next one. In 2009, the Copenhagen 15 developed countries promised they would give 30 billion per year, rising to 100 billion per year by 2020 to a green climate fund to help the developing countries in their mitigation and adaptation efforts, but did not materialize. And in 2022, the total accumulation was only 13 billion. In Baku, the last conference, The developing countries wanted 1.3 trillion annually for climate finance. The developed countries pledged only 300 billion annually. So this is where the situation stands now. The last verse is what we can do from the science organizations. We must spread awareness about climate change and climate hazard and build up people's movements to pressurize the governments and build up international movements to pressurize the governments to take effective steps for arresting climate change and to set up climate finance based on equity. And we must urge the government to take up effective and appropriate mitigation and adaptation measures. Unfortunately, the present government is doing just the opposite. It is amending its forest laws to cut down, which will lead to cutting down of forests and increase in emission, and it is increasing its coal production so that there is more carbon dioxide. So it is, on the one hand, it is talking big about transitioning to solar energy, but in practice, it is raising up its coal production. So as from Breakthrough Science Society, our task would be to spread awareness among the people about the reality of the climate change and our task to pressurize the governments to take up climate-friendly measures and climate-friendly steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyaya, for underlying the need for scientific actions with utmost importance on preventing the rampant environmental degradation. Also, the people's movement for pressurizing the governments for the same. Now, stage is open for Q&A, which will be handled in digital mode again. Please display the event number. Shall we take up the question to Professor C.P. Rajendran?
Yeah.
So the first question, if every technological solution create a new problem, then how to handle the technological solution?
Yeah, the question, once again, I didn't follow it. Can you just repeat the question, please?
If every technological solution create a new problem, then how to handle the technological solution?
It's not that all technological solutions are creating problems. You know, you have to have appropriate technology. This, you know, the impact of the technology should be minimal. So that is a way to go about. So that is where the science helps us, you know, to find out a technology that doesn't have much of an impact. So again, you know, in coming back to some of the presentations which we did previously, you know, the plasma gasification, you know, something which needs to be followed up. And unfortunately, there is no interest in that. So, you know, like waste to energy plants are actually, you know, contributing to the pollution, air pollution. So how do we come out of that and come out of the better inventive solution for that? So that's a question. That is a question that we need to think about and also find solutions for that. So all technologies are not, you know, bad. I mean, there are technologies that can be used with minimal impact.
Next question, why is there so much of absence of innovative research in India in spite of so many academic and scientific institutions?
What is that again? Tell me.
Why is there so much of absence of innovative research in India in spite of so many academic and science institutions?
Wow, that is a big question, I mean, I don't have the exact statistics to tell you, that how many of those innovative solutions have originated from Indian universities and all that. But if you compare with the world record, basically this has actually become a point of discussion after DeepSeek, the Chinese technological advancement and all that, and then you compare with India and say that India is lagging behind and all that. So I think, there has to be, we have been discussing about it, why, there are problems in scientific research, also in finding out, coming up with appropriate technology and all that. And yeah, there is a problem. There are problems in leadership. There are problems, from the government in terms of finding out priorities. But I would say that, why people who are in India, people are, migrating to the US and other countries are doing a better job of it. You have examples of people who have even, won Nobel Prizes, So we know those people, why that happens there. So it is not a question of the lack of interest or the lack of intelligence compared to other people, but I would say that the infrastructure and the environment are not very appropriate even now. We have made a lot of advancement, but things are not looking good as on today because there is a lot of misunderstanding about the science and how we should be doing the science. All that. So that's a big topic, but this is a situation. I mean, the fundamental question I need to ask you is that why people who are going out are doing a better, Indians going out doing a better job.
Sir, please be seated. Now we will take the questions to Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyay. Because of time constraint, we are only taking 2 questions. What is the alternative to crude oil and gas? What is the alternative to crude oil and gas?
What is the alternative to?
Crude oil and gas.
The alternative to oil and gas is ultimately solar energy, wind energy, and small hydroelectric power. These are the alternatives to fossil fuel, crude oil or gas, or even coal.
As a common people, what can we do to prevent climate change? As a common people, what can we do to prevent climate change?
Climate change is a natural phenomenon. We can reduce further. What climate change has happened has already happened. So now our task is to adjust or to adapt to whatever change has already taken place, and I have listed some of the adaptation measures, and we should try to reduce any further emission. For that, there are scientific solutions to the question of emission. What is the problem now? The problem is for the increase of production, we have to have energy. And for that energy, to transition from fossil fuel energy to renewable energy and non-polluting energy production, that transition is being prevented because the present production system is basically a profit-driven production system. And it is the profit motive which is preventing the transition from a fossil fuel-based energy production to a renewable energy production. So the common people, our common people task is to build up movements so that both internationally and nationally, the governments take up measures under pressure of these people's movements to take up climate-friendly legislations and climate-friendly production systems.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Now I will invite Professor S. Mahadevan as the moderator to conclude the session.
Let me thank both speakers for the very illuminating points that they had brought out for both the climate change issue as well as the global warming issue. So now there are, President of the United States, Trump has been, a lot of complaints have been made about him, but one last thing I want to say is that he did not even know what's the difference between climate change and weather change. In fact, a 13-year-old, 18-year-old girl had to stand up and tell him what the difference was. So that's the situation. So we have to look at everything from that point of perspective. I thank both speakers for eliminating various solutions that you can think of. But I would like to throw open the whole issue to the audience. We can have similar discussions later on in smaller groups. We can come up with, if you can meet in small groups and then put down your solutions and then bring to us, then we can think of having another session of, not on the stage, but privately, we can have a session, and then the measures can go into the final report of the conference. Right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of love from Breakthrough Science Society, we request Professor Drupajyoti Mukhopadhyaya to hand over the memento to Professor S. Mahadevan, our moderator. Yes. We request Professor Soumitra Banerjee to kindly hand over the memento to Professor C.P. Rajendran. With this, now we conclude Seminar 1 and break for lunch. Before that, Professor Soumitra wants to announce certain things. Please be seated. I have few announcements as well.
Not an announcement. I would like to personally thank Professor Mahadevan that he took the stage in spite of his very advanced stage of Parkinson's disease and conducted the session. I really thank him for my heart.
Let me take the privilege to introduce our moderator to all of you. Professor R. Manivannan is the former head of the Department of Politics and Public Administration, University of Madras. He is a visiting professor and community scholar at the University of Denver. He earlier taught in Hindu College, Delhi University, and Department of Political Science, North Campus, Delhi University, before shifting to Madras University. He was a fellow of the United Nations University, Tokyo, Japan. He is the author of the book Sri Lanka, Hiding the Elephant, which deals with the mass murder, the war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the Sri Lankan armed forces against Tamils. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I'm greatly honored to be joining this occasion. And we'll go right into the session, very important session on the artificial intelligence and its impact on science, education, and public life. Now, we'll have the timeline as I'm going to invite Professor B. Ravindran, who is a professor in the Department of Data Science and AI at the IIT Madras, Chennai, and followed by Professor Soumitra Banerjee, professor in Department of Physical Science, IISER in Kolkata. And Professor Ravindran will make a presentation for about 20 to 25 minutes on the subject, followed by Professor Soumitra Banerjee. May I now invite Professor B. Ravindran.
Okay, good, it works, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really thankful to the Breakthrough Science Society for inviting me to the conference. So, I actually specifically requested, I stole it from her to wear this, because post-lunch, even if I stand in one place and talk, right, it's very hard to keep people awake, so that this way I can at least move around. At least you have to move your head to track me. Right, that way you will stay awake, right? So let's see how this goes. Great. So I'm going to talk about very quick introduction to what is AI, right? And then talk about what are the things that can potentially go wrong, right? When you're using AI, right? So of course everyone knows what goes right when you're using AI, right? When you found your way to this place by using Google Maps or something. So I think there's one use that that AI actually helps you with. Okay, so we'll start with a short history. So I had a bunch of slides and then kind of, this is one point I want to drive home to everyone. So this is the tweet by Sam Altman announcing that ChatGPT was released, and that's not the start of AI. Right? So AI did not start in 2022 December. It actually, the history goes back way before that. In fact, we started in the back, oops, I can't use this. Anyway, it started back in the 50s, right? When Alan Turing started asking this question, can machines think? And then, so we always went in this kind of waves, right? So AI always has these huge success stories that come in, and then even more, a spectacular hype that follows. So we had Eliza, we had a bunch of other Mycene and so on and so forth. There are all these amazingly good chatbots. Like people think chatbots are something new, but these were chatbots back in the 50s that were actually sold in Radio Shack. It's like on an electronic store. You could just go there and buy an AI chatbot. That is how prevalent AI had become back in the 60s, right? And then people started hyping it up. You can see the statement at the top. That came in 1958. Right? The Navy revealed the embryo of a computer that can walk, talk, see, think, reproduce itself. Right? And that was in 68. That's how much hype there was. And obviously, with so much hype, had to come a downfall. And then, likewise, it just kept going in waves. And of course, the latest hype cycle we are going through, we even have 2 Nobel laureates now for their contributions really to AI, right? Even though they say it's physics and chemistry. But what is different about this cycle of AI, right? So earlier, we were having all these AI success stories where AI was used to improve upon a product, right? Now, we have come to a point where the technology has advanced so much, people are actually selling AI as a product. If you think about what ChatGPT is, right? It is an AI product, literally. People are using it, buying it, it's an engine, right? They're licensing it, and then they're building services on top of it, right? So AI has come to a point that's so robust that it can be sold as a product. And this was not something, right? It was just, something that we could see in the earlier cycle. The earlier cycle, access to AI always had to be controlled, right? So so I do believe that we are seeing something substantially different, and I presume this will continue going, right? So now, you see this everywhere, right? So the AI is affecting almost everything that you do on your phone. I'm pretty sure there are at least like 10 apps that are heavily AI dependent right now on your smartphones, right? And I like that collection of slides. The top one story is there. The top one says AI helps solve the knot conjecture. Then the second one talks about studying strange electrons in chemical reactions. Third one is about using AI to control nuclear fusion. And then biology, of course, most of you have heard of AlphaFold, I presume. Right? And then there is AI being used to control flight, right? So there's aerospace, physics, chemistry, biology. Everywhere you're seeing the impact of AI in terms of how it's actually changing science. And of course, healthcare, it's gone beyond a point of real stories. Now we are getting enough scams. So the technology has truly arrived, right? So in healthcare and so on and so forth. Everywhere, in almost every aspect you have. So whether it is legal, whether it is fintech, so everything AI is helping, right? So what is this AI? Right? So very quickly, to talk about this. So AI is not a single technology. AI is a collection of various kinds of problem-solving techniques, which over time we kind of labeled everything as solving some kind of intelligence, right? So expressing some kind of intelligence, right? So what we mean by, so going back to this ELIZA engine I was telling you, right? It was actually what was called an expert system, but it was a large, very large collection of rules, right? Some human experts wrote down what they thought was their intelligence. So this is, we are actually thinking about these diseases by following these rules, right? And then they wrote those rules down, and somebody wrote these programs, and then that made them that appear intelligent. So it's a mostly rule-based system. And then some of you might remember Kasparov playing against Deep Blue, right? And losing, right? But that was something called a search algorithm, right? It was not rule-based. Right? So what happened was the Deep Blue engine could look ahead, like several hundred moves, right? So several different possible outcomes, and then decide what is the best move to make. That's a very different kind of solving problems, but it also got labeled under AI, right? And then, of course, there was this Jeopardy playing engine called Watson from IBM that created quite a bit of stir a while ago. So Jeopardy is a general quiz show, right? And Watson was able to play Jeopardy at superhuman levels, right? So you can see the difference there, right? But then that did not use completely search or rule-based systems. Somebody actually wrote down a set of basic logical reasoning statements. And then those reasoning statements were applied by Watson to large repository of knowledge it had. These questions. Very different way of solving problems. Right? So like that, and that is of course Facebook tagging your faces when you upload these on the portal. And that again comes from a very different way of solving it, basically data-driven approach, machine learning. I'll talk a little bit more about it because that is what's all the rage now. Then you have recommender systems that solve a very different optimization problem than what Facebook solves for faces, right? And then you have this famous game-playing engines that use yet another different kind of problem solving called reinforcement learning, right? And then AlphaFold, which essentially used some kind of hybrid search techniques, some kind of rule-based techniques, and reinforcement learning to solve the protein folding problem. So you can see that AI is not one thing, right? It's like this huge collection of various kinds of technologies, right? So there's something to keep in mind. So, but then the current hype cycle of AI, right, kind of started around 2014 or 15, right? So, and this is being driven by something called deep learning, right? So I'll very quickly tell you about deep learning. So the idea here is that I give you a bunch of examples, as you can see here, right? So a lot of images, and for every row, all those pictures in that row are automobiles. All those pictures in the third row are birds, and so on and so forth. I give you that kind of data. So you have to learn a rule that will let you predict an unseen image, what is the category of that image. So that's basically what you're looking at. So I want to do this. Right? So let me do a small picture so that makes it easy for people to understand. So here is some data. There's about, there is age and income of customers, and then, oh, sorry, the projection system completely made both look red. If you squint your eye carefully, you can see there is two different reds there. Maybe because I'm in Kerala, right? I don't know. So anyway, so you have this, right? So basically, I have given you some customers who bought computers, some customers who didn't buy computers, and I'm going to ask you a question. Hey, this customer has come to my shop. What should I do? Is he going to buy a computer or not? Right? So now what I can do is I can take all these data points and can actually learn some kind of a function that separates this red ones from those red ones, right? So basically, I learned that kind of a rule. Now I can answer a question about what the grade out should be. So the grade out will buy a computer. Right? So that's basically how these things operate. Right? So you can set it up as a properly defined optimization problem, and you can solve this. Okay, this is great. So this is what you are doing. But now, when I want to do this image classification, right? What I'm going to do is use much more complicated structures. I'm not going to be given my age and income. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the image and learn, right? Basically, by learn I mean solve an optimization problem. Right? Whenever I say learn, please translate that to solve an optimization problem, right? That's what learning means as far as AI is concerned. So I'm going to learn a way to represent those images also. So basically, I'm going to use these different, more and more complicated features. You can see this, right? The first layer, I'm learning simple gradients, color textures, and so on and so forth. And then I start learning parts and et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I'm learning to start representing more and more complex objects and putting all of these together, right? So these kinds of, I just showed you 5 layers. I can learn to classify these images, right? So that bar graph on the side there tells you how good I am, right? And after a certain point, right? This is around 2014-15. These machines started getting better than how humans were able to perform on this task, right? And then what happened was, I showed you an example with 5 layers of learning features. People just went mad. So at some point, there were 152 layers, and now people have stopped counting layers. They just count, okay, I have like 10 billion parameters, 670 billion parameters, like a couple of trillion parameters, and so on and so forth, instead of just counting these as layers, because the thing has become much, much larger than this, right? So that's basically what deep learning is, because you're learning so many stacked layers of features. So that's basically the idea. And in fact, a lot of these success stories, right, that I put on the earlier slide, are actually due to the advances in deep learning. Not necessarily, none of these actually use ChatGPT or LLMs or anything. So that actually opened up a whole other set of problems that we could solve. Okay. So that's the next question that we have to ask. So we have talked about more quote-unquote classical AI. But I don't want to say something that was hot in 2019 as classical, but that's the way the field is moving. So it's classical AI. So we are talking about generative AI now, right? So this recent, that since 2022, 23, I mean, everybody is asking about AI, right? So I'm actually going to talk to a bunch of library scientists in a couple of weeks on AI, right? So everybody wants to know about AI now. That's because of what OpenAI did. So the big thing, the reason for this excitement is because OpenAI gave people access to a raw interface to AI. Right? This is what I was telling you in the beginning also, right? So everybody had been using it. I mean, if you have been talking to your home device, or if you have actually tried to talk to your phone, right, right, and have it understand your search query or something like that, you are using AI. Right? It's not like ChatGPT came and you started using it, but you never realized it. Like I say, it was not an in-your-face AI system, right? So it's something hidden behind an application, and people did not realize that they were actually interacting with an AI. But what ChatGPT does, hey, I am an AI system, please ask me your questions, right? And then it turns out you can build all kinds of applications on this. This raw interface, right? And allowing general public to play with it, that really blew people's mind away. So guys who had no idea what was the state of the art in AI were suddenly able to experience really strong AI systems, and that's the reason for this excitement. Right? Of course, not to say that this is not a great advancement. I particularly love it because everybody wants to fund AI research now, more than they were earlier, so that's good. But it's still a lot of problems here, right? So we'll see some of these as we go along. So ChatGPT was not the only one. Even before ChatGPT came, there were a lot of these generative AI models that were there, right? And now so many are coming in. So eventually that whale is going to become very, very familiar to people. So take a look at it. I think maybe in a couple of weeks we'll probably end up banning it. But right now, the whale is DeepSeek. If people don't know the logo for DeepSeek, so the whale was DeepSeek. So what is this new AI? Right? So let me again spend like that simple picture that I had. Let me try and explain what's happening here, right? So what we looked at earlier was that we are given data like this, and then I'll give you an unlabeled data, and I'll ask you a question, right? So what is it? And then you're supposed to answer that it's a dog, right? But with generative AI, I kind of flip the question around. I give you the similar kind of data, right? But the question I'm going to ask you is, how does a dog look like? Right? Remember the earlier question I asked was, give a new picture, tell me what it is, right? Then you said it's a dog. Now I'm going to give you the label itself. Okay, here is a dog. Like, I want you to draw a dog for me. And then you're supposed to draw the picture of a dog. Okay? And I put in some effort into this. So this picture of the dog that you see there is not there in that row. It's a different picture of the dog. So basically the idea behind this is the Gen AI should not just recall what was there, right? And then retrieve it and show it to you. It is not like a database retrieval engine, but it actually kind of finds the essence of the dog in the distribution and then somehow creates a dog for you. Yeah, that's the basic idea. And the thing is, it has been around for at least 3 decades. Just that we have enough data, we have enough compute power now, so that we can produce models that are really dazzling people. Okay. So the next question to ask, everybody talks about something called foundation models now. So what are these foundation models? So in foundation model, essentially models that learn without any of these supervisions, right? You don't give it labels or anything, right? You just give a lot of these different data sets, huge volumes of data, right? And so you do what is called self-supervised learning. So instead of trying to learn dogs and cats and things like that, so what you're trying to learn is, okay, if I give you an image, somehow learn to reproduce the same image, right? Not just take the input and print it in the output, but do some transformation on it and print it in the output. like always, right? Whenever I say some of these things, please translate it to you're solving some hard optimization problems underneath, right? So that's basically what you're doing. Right? And then the volume of data, this is a sore point, right? So these foundation models are essentially using the entire internet. Every data, every piece of data that's ever been generated and digitized is probably being used to train these models, right? And then instead of those simple 4-layer, 5-layer models, it has billions of parameters. The models have become very complicated, right? And I'll skip this slide because we're short of time. But then one of the things that really impresses people is the language ability of these models, right? So, and we have been building what are called these large language models, right? So again, how do these large language models work? Once you kind of understand how these large language models fundamentally work, right? What is the base of it? Then you'll start having less unrealistic expectations of these models. Okay. So the idea is simple. So here is a simple exercise. I ask you something. I watched a. Can you fill in the blank? If we had a lot of time, I would have actually polled the audience to fill in the blank and stuff like that, but we don't. So I'm going to give you some possible reference answers, right? So I watched a dash. Then you say match, game, movie, play, etc., etc. Right? So this I watched is what we call as a prompt in the LLM language. Right? I just give you a prompt, and then you expect the model to complete it. So for me, the LLM was all the audience. I expected you to complete it. There are many, many, many different ways in which you could complete it. All of these are perfectly valid. Now I can actually make my prompt more detailed. In the new theater, I watched a. Right? So some of these are going to go away. Right? Match, game, movie is certainly something that you're going to say. Maybe a play. Right? So something like. So the more detailed the prompt I give, the more focused the answer is going to be. The fewer options I'm going to have to answer. Right? So basically, how did this happen? Right? Were you calling some kind of a world model or grammar rule based anything? Nothing. All you are basically doing is, okay, hey, what is it that I've heard more frequently? I watched, okay, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Because something that you have heard more frequently. So essentially, even humans, when we are doing this kind of language generation, we tend to do it based on frequency. Frequency modulated by some domain knowledge and all those things. But all of this actually has to be more or less, a statistical completion of what was happening. And these LLMs just do that, right? So when GPT-2 was created, this is like ancient 5-year-old model was created. It used 800 GB of open source data. Nowadays, people don't publish what data they use because it has become a sore point. So if they publish what data they use, they're going to be sued. So nobody publishes what data they use, but they're using way more data than 800 GB, right? So, but then you can see that this used archive. This is basically all technical papers, medical research articles, of colors in between. Right? So we're not even clear what is the bias and fairness issues that we should be watching out for, what is going to creep up in the data and so on. So a lot of work needs to be done. Right? It's not like these Gen AI models fix this, right? So here is an example. If I say a white guy is belligerent and violent, it says go to hospital. If I say a black guy is belligerent and violent, it says go to prison. Right? So pretty biased there. So people have been trying to fix it. There are technical solutions for it. There's something called reinforcement learning from human feedback. Right? So basically, you have the LLM output whatever it wants, and then the human kind of reorders the output, saying, no, that's not the right order, we have to do it in a different way, and then you use that reordering to train the model. But what happens is people go overboard. So the very infamous example of Gemini, right? When it was asked to generate Nazis, images of Nazis from Germany, it generated a lot of women, ethnically diverse people. There were a couple of black guys, and there was a Native American lady who was wearing the Nazi uniform. And so it just went completely overboard, and like this guy says, right, it's embarrassingly hard to get Google Gemini to acknowledge that white people exist. Because it just keeps generating black images because it overcorrected. And okay, people talk about all of this, but what they don't talk about is things like this, right? I have one more slide at the end to talk about it. So when I talk about farming in 2047, you can see the kind of pictures that I get, right? But when I say an Indian farmer in 2047, the poor guy has an iPad in his hand. I mean, that is how far these models think Indian farming will go by 2047. Right? But so that's these kind of cultural biases. Right? I mean, like Western biases towards the Indian society that's been baked into these models that we have to be very careful about, right? So is bias bad? Like it was mentioned earlier, these are all questions that we should have smaller breakout sessions and we talk about it. I don't think we can get to an answer here. But actually what we are talking about when we say avoid bias, we are actually saying avoid socially unacceptable bias. Because some bias is actually needed. Because otherwise these models won't operate, right? So people heard of the term hallucination in terms of these Gen AI models? I'm pretty sure most of you have heard of the term hallucination, right? So look at this question, right? You ask it a question, all the numbers in red are actually cooked up. They don't exist. I mean, these are all wrong numbers, right? And likewise, this is the most cited economics paper of all time. It gives you a very, very detailed answer about a paper, who wrote it, how many times it's cited, what is the main contribution, and so on and so forth. But this paper doesn't exist. Right? But these are real authors, that's a real journal, right? And they are really popular authors and so on and so forth, but it just made up a completely nonsensical paper. But unfortunately, we cannot shut down hallucination because that is what allows these models to actually answer questions that you want, allows the model to be creative. So when the hallucination is something you want, it's creative. When it is something you don't want, then it is hallucination, right? So, but then there are other kinds of issues here. So here is the thing. Somebody asked this question, can cheese slides of pizza, can you make it stick? And the Google model says, please add some glue to it, so your cheese will stick to the pizza and won't slide off. Okay. Was it hallucinating it? Turns out, somebody wrote a prank article on Reddit saying that, hey, if your cheese is sliding off the pizza, please add glue to it. And this somehow went and fetched that and gave that as an answer. So these are things very hard to guard for, right? So people are trying this. Again, there's something called retrieval augmented generation that people are trying to use to fix some of these kind of inaccuracies, but it's not going anywhere. A lot more problems. I'll go quickly on this, right? So I'll talk about deepfakes for that, right? So a lot of these deepfakes people know about, right? So one of these Putins is real, one of them is fake. Likewise, I mean, these were all actual movies because it's so hard to actually make it out. But since we didn't have time to play movies, I just replaced them with the first screenshot. So this is becoming harder and harder, right? So here is another example. So these are all 3 pictures of people. One of them is real. The 2 are fake, right? Of course, the very, very informed audience here, so I'm not going to conduct a poll here. You'll probably find it correctly. But when they actually did a proper controlled experiment, right, only 40% of people were able to actually identify the fake. Right? So most people couldn't tell that, right? So lots and lots of issues, right? So yeah, it's a question of intent to misuse and things like that. That's very challenging stuff. Now there is a central government committee that's supposed to be looking into deepfakes and see what we can do and so on and so forth. And so quickly, 3-4 minutes. Okay. So ethics of building AI. right? So this is something that happened in Kenya. They were actually giving, it doesn't matter how much they were paying them. What was really happening was they were asking people to tell me which content is toxic, right? And so that our AI will not serve it. And then these people were actually looking at very brutal images of, torture and rape and things like that, hours and hours and hours every day, right? And then basically they started getting mental issues, right? And then all these issues about copyright. I mean, we have been hearing this. How many of you heard of the ANI suit on OpenAI? My God. Okay. One person lifted it up. So I can conclude one of two things. Either you didn't hear of ANI suit, or you didn't hear me ask the question. One of the two things. Anyway, so now even Indian magazines are actually started filing case against them. So this is again a huge, huge challenge, right? Whether it is news stories or whether it is code, these companies are using this. So here is one summary of all the kind of social things I thought about, right? So jobs are going to change. So we need to really start thinking about, hey, how are jobs going to get affected by AI, or some job displacement is going to happen, right? One of the biggest challenges for me, though, is trust in social interactions. Online, because a lot of us have stopped, interacting face to face, right? A lot of our interaction happen online. Now, the question of trust on online interaction is going to go down significantly. Right? In fact, coming to a point where even if you're having a video call with someone, you don't know if you're actually talking to that person anymore. Right? So these are things we really have to think of. Somebody calls you have to put the call down, call them back. I don't know where that infinite loop will stop. But but something like that will happen. We have to start evolving new protocols, how the society is going to work, and so on and so forth. And then the other erasure question, I already told you about that, so I'll come back to that. And of course, the environmental impact. Right? So this is a survey from a couple of years back. LLMs emit the equivalent of equivalent carbon dioxide of 5 billion US cross-country flights in a year. Right? So this was some pictures we generated about a year back on Indian women, Indian houses, and Indian person. The set of images in the middle were actually generated in response to the query, can you show me an Indian person? Right? Not an Indian old man with a turban. Right? But that's the kind of images that got generated. And this is what we generated last month. Right? Now the Indian person, the gender has been fixed amazingly well. Right? But no men. Now we say generate an Indian person, it gives you only women. And then Indian women, if you'll notice the pictures at the bottom, we're all wearing orange dresses, right? Have a prominent bindi, and all young, and have to say very good looking women picture. And they have given diversity to the images. And what did they give diversity on? All of them are not wearing orange dresses anymore. Right? But still they are young. They are beautiful and wearing a bindi and everything. So one couple of them are wearing blue and green and so on and so forth. And Indian houses are the ones that are really pathetic. Right? Nothing has changed from, in the whole 1 year, they have not fixed how Indian houses look like. So this is the biggest challenge for me is people are not talking about using these AI models to write their textbooks, educate kids and so on and so forth. And the kids are going to interact and see that, hey, this is how India looks like. Right? So it's going to be a big challenge for us going on. So this is Arvind Narayan, is a very famous kind of thinker about AI. I mean, he's been putting out a lot of amazing, if you want to read something about what could potentially go wrong with AI, read his book on AI snake oil. It's a great book. And so he talks about what is the problem now, right? There's a huge gap between proof of concepts and building reliable products. And people never realize that. And then they oversold the AI hype, and we are not able to recover from that now. So they're slowly trying to, here is the state. Right? So 96% of C-suite leaders in the world expect AI to help their companies, and nearly 50% of their employees say they have no clue how to do this. So it's not that you need these Gen AI models to solve problems. In IIT Madras, we actually look at what the problem is, find out what is the technique that needs to solve the problem. These are all using AI techniques that were built in the 80s, right? So all of these, this is something, again, both cases, we are actually helping pregnant women get access to better health. I'm done. So I'll skip, this is a question, we'll come back if somebody asks questions on this. Yeah. So basically the idea is, these models are here to stay, you can't avoid them. But you really need to think about a whole systemic way of solving problems. It's not a question of just getting some AI, throwing the problem at it and solving it. You have to actually build the entire system to solve the problem. And of course, Indian problems need Indian solutions. So we should think about that. And so again, just a reminder, and we have a new I don't know how many of you noticed that I'm part of the Department of Data Science and AI. So we have a new Department of Data Science and AI in ITM. So please go to our websites and explore what we do. Right? Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Ravindran. And I think a lot of your other things that you would like to share may even be answered along with the questions you can combine. And now may I invite Professor Soumitra Banerjee.
Well, thank you. Professor Ravindran has actually covered much of the ground. Therefore, my job is relatively straightforward and simpler. I will focus only on the ethical issues of AI. You have learned that AI, the term essentially signifies an problem-solving process which relies on huge amount of data, and it is an automaton. It can learn from the data and can change itself. That brings in a few issues. Firstly, where do we source the data? As Professor Ravindran has said, that initially it used to cache on the available data in something that is given to it, but then it started feeding on the data that is freely available on the internet, in the libraries, and therefore right now it is built on whatever data is available on the market. He gave an example of an AI learning from a particular email that somebody sent and used it as a valid source of information. It is indicative of the fact that very easily misinformation not only can be generated by AI, it can also be fed to AI. As a result of that, just imagine a situation, somebody wants to misdirect the AIs. All that it will happen, all that will have to do is to generate a lot of wrong information the way it is, and that based on that information, then the AI will work. It's not that somebody is putting or programming it in the wrong way. It is programmed in such a way that it will automatically cull data from the things that are available, and it is easy to engineer that. That's one point of concern. The second point of concern is how it works. See, we have understood that AI is here to stay. Like computers have been here to stay, all the technologies that have been generated so far, in some way or other, have helped humanity. But ultimately, whether or not it will be able to help humanity or will harm humanity depends not on the technique itself, depends on the society. If a society is properly geared towards making use of a good new technology, it can do so. But if it is not, then there are problems. Let me give you some examples. You have all used Facebook, right? Practically everybody has it. And every time you use Facebook, you see some feeds on their own accord get flashed to your screen, right? And you sometimes click it, you see something, and then you see that it is continuously feeding you with particular types of material. How does it decide what to feed you? There is an AI acting behind the scene, right? And it is doing a personality profiling. By looking at the things that you look at, it is figuring out what you will continue to look at if these are fed to you. It's personality profiling. Have you given Facebook a permission to profile you? No. You have not given the permission to profile you, yet it is doing that. And with the result, that the AI program is always works on some kind of a optimization algorithm, maximizes something. Maximizes what? All these AI routines are controlled by private entities, profit-making entities. What should be for them the most desirable optimization routine? Maximize my profit. In case of these programs, how can they maximize their profit? If the person gets glued to the screen by continuously seeing the things that continuously get updated and fed to you. So the program is such that it doesn't allow you to get away from the mobile screen. Notice the kind of harm it has done to today's youth and teenagers. It has actually harmed the society. Why? Because it has been programmed in such a way in order to make maximum profit for this company. So you'll notice that it is not something that is a problem with AI itself. It is a problem with how AI is being used, for what end. And the task of the artificial intelligence program is to figure out what people normally see more. Even without being fed with the psychological information, it has found out that people are more glued to something that scares them, arouses fear, arouses a sense of insecurity. Now, therefore, it automatically, preferentially shows the things that are sort of related to creating hatred in the society. So, problem is, instead of love, hatred can be cultivated because people tend to see more of these. Problem is, these are ethical issues. AI can be used in 100 possible productive ways, creative ways, and I, as a scientist, regularly use it for scientific purposes. But I can tell you that these are the issues that one has to keep in mind. So one problem was that where it sources the data from. The second problem was the purpose for which it is being used, the optimization. Sometimes it optimizes the wrong thing. There has to be a societal oversight on it, otherwise it can go haywire. But we have to remember that it is an automaton. Automaton means something that can change itself. So these algorithms are algorithms that somebody has created, somebody has written, all right. But then the program can change itself. The algorithm can change itself. It is an automaton that can evolve. Evolve means it's an automaton that can evolve, and if it evolves, it means that it is continuously culling data from everywhere, and then it's evolving, and it is generating ideas, right? Sometimes he has shown that it generates wrong ideas, hallucinates, all these are true. But the problem that we show today may not be there tomorrow because it's improving. These are learning algorithms. So these problems are not the real problems. The point is that it is evolving. If it evolves, then there's very little way to prevent it from evolving in a particular way. There's very little, it is automated, it automatically evolves. In fact, the people who wrote the AI program do not know where it is now, because it has evolved. They only started the process and left it on itself. And that allows the program to evolve uncontrollably. An uncontrolled evolution of something that is continuously affecting our lives may become dangerous. That is why in the scientific community there is a necessity, that point has been raised, that there is a necessity of regulating, controlling, and ethical use of AI. The primary problem, primary concern is that if such an agent is used for the purpose of solely maximizing profit, then it may become a Frankenstein. So that is where the concerns that have been raised, in fact, the engineers of OpenAI have also raised this concern. Those who wrote this program, they have raised this concern. We do not know where it's gone. We do not know where it is going, because we have just released an agent out in the market. It's doing its job. It's evolving on its own. So that is a problem, and therefore I just pointed out a few possible problems that can be raised from this new development of technology. A few years back, we had no idea. The people who were working on it had an idea, but the people at large did not have any idea what is happening. Suddenly, ChatGPT was on the market and people were experimenting with it, experiencing with it, and we were realizing that it has enormous possibility. And within a few years, how many? 3 years? Now we have DeepSeek, right? Only a few days back, DeepSeek came, which means that earlier only a very big players were in the market. They could have the wherewithal to make such things. They had the hardware, they had the software, they had the capital. Now apparently it can be done with relatively lesser capital, therefore it will be accessible to more number of people. And so AI will become all-pervading in the coming days. And it is because of this that there is a need for a regulation. That's what the point that I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Soumitra Banerjee. Now, stage is open for Q&A. The event number is 14300, which is displayed on the screen. Same as earlier, you can enter your question and click the button named New on the top right corner of your mobile screen. Please enter your name and state along with the question. I have an announcement again. We have a science march at 5 p.m. All the delegates, please gather for the science march at 5 p.m. which starts from the Tagore Theatre to the Manaviyam Vidhi, which is very nearby, and back to Tagore Theatre to spread the message of All India Science Conference organized by Breakthrough Science Society. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank both the distinguished speakers, and not only for keeping the timeline for the quality of content shared by them, and from a technical to what you call the ethical aspects of the AI. For me to be moderating this session is also an educative process, because I'm not from the pure sciences. I'm a political scientist, and but this also gives a more reason for me to be here. And one of the factors a few factors I want to share with you is that in the last elections in the United States, in the 2024 and 2016 and 2020, all these elections were hugely run by the AI and the social media. And this was one of the greatest influence in the history of electoral politics itself, is the impact the AI and the social media add-on thing. And through this process, one interesting fact I want to share with you is that then, without any malice, without any taking a stand on any what party we support, what party we stand to question, people said that even people who are opposed to the policies and ideology of the current president of the United States, they said, we are afraid that he may become the president. People who are in the neutral, people who are defending, believed that when people who are on the opposite paradigm are even saying that they are afraid that this person could become a president, change the dynamics of politics in a very big way. And in the Indian elections in the 2019 and 2024 also, that AI was hugely employed. And without any position on the party politics. Why I say this, that it has such an important significance on the governance, on the human life itself. And as a technology, looking at this technology, I want to go back to the history and say that even as what we consider as a very simple mechanism as radio, and radio in the 1930s was no bigger way than exploited by anyone other than Adolf Hitler. I want to share this as an information to you. For a complete propaganda mechanism, propaganda as a tool and machinery, radio was used through the 30s and 40s by the Adolf Hitler's thing. Now, like at the same time, we also have to look at, even today, for me, I keep radio as my personal companion in life. So I want to value what is good and what is right, what is ethical. And in terms, another important aspect is that the impact of artificial intelligence on education, healthcare, and financial services, manufacturing, energy, transportation, agriculture, telecommunications, and all these are huge. At the same time, in the, say, in financial sector or in the industrial sector is that, how are we going to handle questions like the replacement, the job replacement, the magnitude of people that who are going to be kind of displaced, or what kind of alternatives, issues that we have in mind is very important. It's certainly changing and shaping the present industry in India and as well as in the other parts of the world. And one important aspect is that I'm not constantly going back to the US administration, but what has happened in the recent period is that the Trump administration has given access to the Elon Musk and his company of the Treasury Department and data of the sensitive personal and financial data of the citizens, of the millions of people, which Elon Musk has of the American citizens. But I am quite sure that the other governments in the rest of the world are more happy to transfer this data to Elon Musk or another American company, so that our privacy and our security, personal security and national security are at great risk at this point. This is something we have to keep in mind. So therefore, I want to keep highlighting, at the same time, valuing the significance of the AI and its revolution. But how do we travel with this revolution is about constantly noticing and taking note of the bias and the privacy issues and accountability and transparency, as well as the autonomy of the AI as well. So these are very, very important aspects. And the AI presents both vast opportunities and formidable challenges for the future. And our societies, nations, and organizations that focus on ethical AI development and data privacy and workforce transformation will not only lead the way, but will show the way in leveraging the AI for long-term success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor R. Manivannan, for moderating the session, emphasizing the ethical use of AI. Now we move on to the question answer. These are questions for both the dignitaries. First question, any one of you can answer. Can AI take over humans? What are the ethical concerns surrounding AI?
Yeah, so the short answer is no. So the question was, at least I heard it as, can AI take over humans? See, the thing is, the technology is nowhere near being human replacements, right? So, and all these things that you see, there are equivalently very simple puzzles, right? Things that a 4-year-old, 5-year-old child can solve, which these AI systems will struggle with, because basically because it has never seen the pattern that is drawn on the puzzles. Right? So you can confuse it by changing the pattern, not the QR codes. QR codes it will probably read, but you can just change it patterns and it's not able to solve these problems. So there are significant gaps in the fundamental building blocks of what we would call intelligence, right? So this is certainly too far away from replacing humans. Some kinds of jobs can potentially be replaced. I mean, do we have telephone operators sitting there doing switching of telephone calls anymore? I mean, some really dumb automation stuff will get replaced by AI systems, but not as a replacement for humans. So that's quite a bit of ways to go. Yeah.
Next question, how to check the information gathered from AI? How to check the information gathered from AI?
Well, depends on what kind of information we are talking about here, but usually Google search helps. Right? Go out and look at something that is not filtering these, not summarizing this text for you. And sometimes you might want to consult an expert, right? And as to whether the information is reliable or not. Sometimes this actually works, as stupid as it seems. You can ask the AI that generated the information for you, ask it if this information is correct. And almost 80% of the time it comes back and tells you if it is not correct. Yeah. So you should think about, I mean, it's not as surprising. I mean, can I get a little technical in my answer? Okay, I'll get a little technical in my answer. So basically, how these AI systems operate, right? Remember I was telling you they learn these probability distributions and then they are sampling what the next token is, right? So sometimes what happens is it probably sampled, a low probability continuation for the prompt that was given and so on and so forth. And then when you ask it to verify, hey, look, this is what you completed, is this correct? Now the second time it goes and does that, the same thing is not going to happen. The chance that it's going to make something that was incorrect, again, the probability is very low. So that's why it's able to verify it for you. I mean, it's not surprising that it is able to do that. There's a mathematical reason why it's able to do that. But you need to learn how to take advantage of that.
Last question. What are the potential risks of AI-driven surveillance and data collection on individual privacy and freedom of expression?
Data-driven what?
What are the potential risks of AI-driven surveillance and data collection on individual privacy and freedom of expression?
Yeah, this is a very important question because surveillance is something that all rulers have desired to do on its citizens. But so far, the means were limited so that people could do or exercise their freedom of action and expression without being detected. But now, now that you see cameras everywhere which can detect faces, so you can all the time be under surveillance if the state wants it. So this is a problem. Because imagine the situation before independence, the revolutionaries were trying to create a struggle, and obviously the British were trying to catch them. But if this kind of means were at their disposal, obviously the potential for the revolutionary movement would be very difficult. So yes, the AI-based surveillance is a problem. But a bigger problem has been already pointed out, that today, much of the election campaign happens over the social media and internet. And in social media, that kind of information are prioritized, that becomes sensational, that are viewed by more people, which are in general not the good pieces of information. Or if somebody generates a misinformation, somebody generates a hate speech, somebody generates that kind of stuff, these are prioritized automatically by the AI programs, and this is definitely dangerous because that can mislead a large number of people by an automaton. That's important. It's not that somebody deliberately trying to do that, generate this. Bad information, bad videos are always generated
At the same time, good videos are also generated. But an automaton might, if given the right kind of input, preferentially select the ones that will mislead the larger section of the people, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, so I mean, I am an AI researcher, right? I have to speak a little bit in defense of AI because, so one of the biggest challenges in many of the things that we are talking about, right, is because we let social media grow unregulated. The platform for us to deliver the harmful effects of AI is in place, right? And it's really, it's just mind-boggling how we let such a powerful technology not go through any regulations. I mean, people are hiding behind, safe haven provisions, saying that we are intermediaries and things like that. So, there's so much legal protection for the social media companies, and they are really people who are, amplifying every effect that we're talking about. So I think that's something that we really need to think about. There's no point in regulating AI unless you are regulating, to some extent, the intermediaries.
AI is just a tool that these profit-making social media companies are using. It's just a tool. The problem is the whole enterprise of generating maximum profit, but that was there right from the beginning of capitalism. Now, it is there generating profit by misleading people, by feeding people with wrong information. And unfortunately, the whole new technology of AI that has come is being used by them for that purpose. That's wrong.
Thank you, moderator, as well as the speakers. We request Dr. P.S. Babu to hand over the memento to Professor R. Manivannan. We request Dr. E. Srikumaran to hand over the memento to Professor B. Ravindran. With this, now we conclude. With this, now we conclude seminar number 2 and break for the tea. South Africa. Please welcome onto the dais, madam. Now I will request Dr. Bera to take over.
Well, welcome to the third seminar of the day. Let me start by saying a few words about the International Union of Scientists and the motivation behind it. Science plays a crucial role in developing the true understanding of nature and its applications in technology, with the dream that scientific knowledge will be used for the progress of humanity. However, the scientific community notes with deep concern that while the financial support for scientific and technological research is dwindling, science and technology are increasingly being used to destroy humanity. Most advanced countries are nowadays heavily dependent on armament production for the survival of their economy, and only wars can guarantee the market demand for these killing machines. So we see constant warfare, and big, small wars are being waged in different parts of the globe. The most advanced countries as armament suppliers are complicit in the crimes against humanity. At critical junctures of history like wars, etc., when science is misused and abused, scientists have not hesitated to come forward to protest and mobilize public opinion against wars and devastation of people's lives. In similar situation, we could not be just bystanders to the massive human calamity that has been brought down in Gaza by Israeli forces. Driven by these concerns and an urge to raise a collective voice against the destructive use of science, and in particular, the genocide in Gaza, the Breakthrough Science Society started an appeal in October 2023 to all well-meaning concerned scientists the world over to raise their voices of protest, to stand by people of Gaza, and to demand immediate permanent ceasefire, compel the powers to ensure a lasting political solution to the Palestinian problem, and thus ensure that the Israeli and Palestinian people can exist and coexist in peace and harmony. This appeal was supported by more than 1,300 signatories globally and was sent to the United Nations. Many of the scientists who signed the appeal expressed their willingness to organize follow-up activities, and accordingly, after consultation with many scientists, and with the objectives of uniting the scientific community to intensify its voice against war and genocide, the Breakthrough Science Society shared a proposal to organize an international convention against war and destructive use of science. Through this effort, an international organizing committee composed of 19 scientists across different parts of the globe was formed in mid-November 2023 to organize the convention. Important science organizations like Science for the People, Science for Palestine, Save Humanity and Planet Earth, Gift of Givers, and other like-minded organizations subsequently joined and endorsed the initiative. The international convention took place on 9th of December 2023 as the culmination of this effort. In this convention, the scientists resolved to form a long-term platform of scientists, the International Union of Scientists Against Militarism and Destructive Use of Science and Technology, to oppose all war efforts to resist the misuse of science for the destruction of humanity. The International Union of Scientists recognizes that science is integrally linked with our humanity, and so cannot be agnostic to morality. Science is deeply intertwined with the social and political context within which it operates. It does not constitute a neutral form of knowledge. In the cut and thrust of real-life political arenas where blood is shed and the lives of millions are at stake, scientists' hands are not clean. Amidst the relentless rise in the funding of scientific and technological research for militaristic end, we are implicated in the increasing weaponization of our research used to expand regional and global conflicts through the international industrial military complex. From developing increasingly sophisticated ways of killing to improving means of intrusive surveillance to creating more powerful methods of AI, modern science and technology are being weaponized in chilling ways to dehumanize and destroy human lives. Brutal military techniques honed on international battlefields are brought to home to curtail individual freedoms, suppress domestic dissent, and commit gross violation of human rights. These increasingly lethal arsenals are funded by growing research and development share of military spending of the major imperialist powers, and we are faced with a situation where the global arms race is fundamentally a science race. The scientists from around the world are deeply concerned about the use of science and technology for authoritarian purposes that control and dehumanize. The International Union of Scientists commits to taking action and working together a world in which our scientific research is used for purposes that benefit humanity, and to create a world based on values and lives, mutual respect and community, stewardship and preservation of our planet. The Union commits to rejecting activities that contribute to militarization of our research, to destroy life, and refuse to contribute to an unequal world order based on apartheid, genocide, and militarization. Such militarization and war jingoism destroy the fabric of humanity while only benefiting governments, corporations, and military contractors. And as scientists come together from across the globe to take a stand for our planet and for our humanity. The International Union of Scientists is committed to oppose the militarization of science, promote solidarity of scientists against those in conflict zones and under authoritarian regimes, advocate for equitable access of scientific knowledge, and combat all forms of discriminations, and to take action to prevent climate change and environmental degradation. With this, I now introduce the speaker today. So our speaker is Dr. Natalia Dinath, a medical doctor from South Africa, and also a founding member and presently a coordinating committee member of the International Union of Scientists, and also the steering committee, one of the steering committee members of the Science for the People South Africa chapter. We thank her for accepting our invitation to participate in the 3rd All India Science Conference by Breakthrough Science Society and speak on war and destructive use of science and technology as a representative of International Union of Scientists. So with this, now I invite Dr. Natalia to speak. Thank you.
The event number is 16200. You can start asking the questions in between the session itself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say I'm very honored to be invited to this auspicious occasion. Already in my short time here, I'm very impressed with the caliber of the delegates and the volunteers. The organization has been fantastic and the people have been very warm and welcoming. So as you see, I'm from South Africa. And today I'm going to talk about war and the destructive use of science. My talk makes 3 points. First, that science production is owned by the imperialist war machine and by corporations whose pursuit of profit overshadows the harm done by their products. And that we in the global south suffer first, but this eventually affects the whole world. The second point argues why we as scientists and science activists are charged with the responsibility to change the role of science and technology for the betterment of humanity. And I'm going to ask that we join the dots between all the destructive use of science and its fundamental or root causes. Finally, I will talk about some actions that scientists and science activists are taking, including my organization, the International Union of Scientists. Do I have the... As well as the obvious destructive use of science in wars, there is an indirect destructive power of science, often in the pursuit of maximizing profits. This is very clear in the fields of agriculture and food production, access to clean water, in healthcare, the fossil fuel and extractive industries, as well as the information industry we've heard a lot about today, artificial intelligence, surveillance and the use of big data to influence elections and social media. Sorry. At the same time, bourgeois science commits epistemicide. That is a killing of knowledge. For thousands of years, I would argue that indigenous people around the world have developed their sciences in mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, medicine, and so on, and technology. However, colonial countries and those colonizers systematically destroyed the knowledge and prevented the ability to develop those sciences, or they appropriated or stole those sciences. And today, the idea of indigenous sciences are still marginalized. And we need to discuss whether this is valid or not. Meanwhile, in the US today, big tech billionaires like Elon Musk and the PayPal billionaire termed arms dealer Peter Thiel have overtly promoted fraudulent race science, with Musk amplifying on his platform X that people of European descent are biologically superior. So these are some articles and a book that Silicon Valley is bringing back eugenics. And a recent one, Eugenics Isn't Dead, It's Thriving in Tech. And there's a book here, Predatory Data, which explains a lot of this. Eugenics isn't new. It predates Nazism. And in 1907 in Indiana, the Indiana authorities believed that criminality, mental problems, and pauperism were hereditary. And they enacted various laws making sterilization mandatory for certain individuals in state custody. And this is very scary that this is coming back. So science is essential for wars, and yet the narrative is that the more technology we have, the fewer, civilian deaths there are, the cleaner the deaths are, the better the war is, that it's somehow this clean, calculated death. But the data says otherwise. In World War I, the ratio of military to civilian casualties was 20-1. By World War II, 1-1. In the Korean War, where the Americans invaded Korea, it was 1-5. And in the Vietnam War, 1-20. And in today's war, civilians are often the victims of these technologies. So war affects people on physical and mental and their mental health. It breaks up communities and families. It affects the earth, the soil, all living things, and for generations to come. It affects built infrastructure like roads, schools, hospitals, and homes, and it destabilizes the ecosystem, making significant contribution to climate breakdown. I do not use the term climate change because that sounds quite innocuous and, change is sometimes good, but what we are actually facing is climate chaos and climate breakdown. So this is a picture that I took when I visited Vietnam from the War Museum in Vietnam. The Americans dropped Agent Orange, a very poisonous herbicide, on vast tracts of land in Vietnam so that they could discover where the Vietnamese freedom fighters, the Viet Cong, were hiding. They didn't know that they had an extensive network of tunnels. In the black on this map of Vietnam are the areas where they dropped their Agent Orange. And even today, because Agent Orange has effects on the genetic stability of people, people are still being born with disabilities. Between the 60s and the 70s, the USA sprayed an estimated 20 million gallons of herbicide, decimating about 4.5 million acres in the countryside. Chemical warfare like this has also been used extensively in other countries like Iran. So, this is actual world military spending in 2022, and we can see the US military accounts for 53.6% of military spending in the world, and when combined with their allies, 74.3% of military spending. China and India, which combine the two most populous countries in the world, are sitting at 10% and 2.8%. Why are they spending all this money? So this is a map from an article on engineering and war, and it shows military spending in 2002. And the territory size shows the proportion of worldwide state military spending by territory. So it's another variant of the graph that I just showed you. And you can see America there, very bloated with military spending, Africa virtually nothing, and South America and the rest of the global south virtually nothing. And this is the map of the war deaths. Who suffers? War deaths in 2002 shows a proportion of deaths worldwide directly attributed to war or conflicts that happened there. So America is not there. And yet we see that it's mainly Africa and the Middle East, or Western Asia, as we can call it, that are suffering the most. So the International Union of Scientists has been very involved in fighting the genocide in Gaza. It has been correctly described as being unique in that it was live-streamed in real time into our homes. Illegal weapons have been used with impunity, such as the phosphorus attacks, and they've been used on Gazans since before 2006. And dying by phosphorus attack is a horrific death of burning. America has provided Israel with more than $16 billion US. So when we looked at the amount pledged for climate change earlier on and compare that to what's been spent in this war on a tiny strip of land against 2.4 million people, it is absolutely ridiculous. They have explosive, the US have given them 2,000-pound bombs, dum-dum bullets, which are bullets that explode on impact, so they create most damage to a human being. These bullets are illegal, and yet they are being used. And sniper attacks, where we've documented children being targeted, and they've got bullet wounds in the brain. So here's another map on Palestine, which I've just missed. Sorry. So there's Palestine, where it shows that of the 4.6 million people, 88% of the total population have been affected by this war. It is of mid-2024 the deadliest war and the most dangerous to civilians and the deadliest war in the world. We don't hear much about the Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo, but it overall ranked in mid-2024 the eighth most deadly, the eighth war, and the fourth most deadly. 10.4 million people have been displaced, 23% of the population, and yet the media does not talk much about that. So the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists was launched by scientists who are rightfully concerned about nuclear war and the mutually assured destruction of the planet and all life on it. The bulletin began as an emergency action created by scientists who saw an immediate need for public reckoning in the aftermath of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. One mission was to urge fellow scientists to shape national and international policy. The second mission was to help the public understand what the bombings meant for humanity. These scientists anticipated that the atomic bomb would be only the first of many dangerous presents from the Pandora's box of modern science. That was a quote. They were all too correct. Humanity now faces additional threats from greenhouse gases, cyber attacks, the misuse of genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. However, I believe, however useful these are, this publication has not yet joined the dots on the underlying and systematic cause of this misuse. Science is not neutral and never ideologically neutral. It is a work of society. And therefore, it's all, first and foremost, always ideological. As scientists, we cannot separate ourselves or our work from the society that we're in. However, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists created this doomsday clock in 1947. They set it to 7 minutes before midnight, midnight being the annihilation of the world. And that was an arbitrary setting in 1947. In 1949, at the start of the nuclear arms race, it was put to 3 minutes to midnight. In 1963, 12 minutes to midnight, as the US and the Soviet Union signed the Limited Test Ban Treaty. And at 17 minutes, it was, at 1991, put back again as they signed the SALT reduction, the Strategic Arms Reduction or Limitation Treaty. In 2020, because of the rising dangers of climate change and nuclear proliferation and the breakdown in arms control, we were sitting at 100 seconds to midnight. So this is a photograph that I took in London. It's my father at a demonstration, and it shows that our liberation struggle in South Africa, our struggle for freedom with the African National Congress, you'll see at the back, we linked it to the issue of nuclear war. And there's my dad being against the bomb and apartheid. And the other poster says, "Why doesn't America sign SALT II?" And this was in the early 80s. And indeed, we saw that under public pressure, that was signed. These arms dealers and arms corporations have never done anything without public pressure. So as of the 28th of January, not so long ago, in 2025, the doomsday clock was reissued. We are now closer than ever, 89 seconds to midnight. And we are now closer than ever to total annihilation from nuclear war and climate breakdown. And not only that, to regional wars which cause food and water insecurity, refugees on a mass scale, pandemics and ecological disasters. So from the article that I quoted earlier on engineering and war by Nusima and Blue, the authors ask the question, what does engineering have to do with war? Because war is an act of organized destruction, while engineering is an act of organized creation. And yet we find that militarism and cultures of warfare have shaped the science of engineering as much as engineering has been shaped by warfare. So the popular Western mainstream idea of a scientist is the elite technocrat who has freedom to pursue his ideas, because it's usually a man, and does his best for his university or company in making the world a better place, maybe having a Nobel Prize-winning idea or finding satisfaction when his team designs good bridges or finds a super new polymer with multiple uses. The reality is quite different. If I can get this thing to change. In reality, scientists have a narrow freedom in research, but the larger processes are controlled by the war industries and the foundations that own them. And today, science is only there to generate profits. And as we've heard earlier, more and more funding into government institutions are being taken away or being bought over. So are we really free to pursue science? And I would say that the answer is not the science that we want to produce. And here's some examples, and this is a slide from the Caltech socialists, and their talk on science and technology, which enable US imperialism. And they show that Google is helping the Pentagon to build AI for drones. That Raytheon, a military company, their profits boom along civilian deaths in Yemen. Microsoft employees question the CEO over the company's contract with ICE, the immigration people. And Amazon teams up with government to deploy dangerous new facial recognition technology. And aided by Palantir, the Los Angeles Police Department uses predictive policing to monitor specific people and neighborhoods. So the empire also takes advantage of science indifference. So this is Arthur Galston, who worked at Caltech, and he researched a chemical called triiodobenzoic acid for farming, for soybean flowering. His work was taken and used as biowarfare to develop Agent Orange. Arthur Galston says, "I used to think that one could avoid involvement in the antisocial consequence of science simply by not working on any project that might be turned to evil or destructive ends. I have learned that things are not that simple, and that almost any scientific finding can be perverted or twisted under appropriate societal pressures." So this is a graph showing that funding is going to Israel despite outrage over the Gaza war, and that today Israeli universities are directly linked to the military, not only in Israel, in my country, South Africa, as well. American military funding is coming to fund programs as well. And I think we'll find that all over the world. And then just very quickly, the use of toxic chemicals, highly hazardous and yet highly profitable. This graph shows that while these companies in these countries are making chemicals that are banned in their own country, and they're selling them on to the global south, making huge, huge profits. And yet, suffering and dying occurs mostly in the global south as a result of these poisonous chemicals, which they're not allowed to use in Europe, for example. So back to engineers and their question about war. They ask, what are the possible implications of replacing militarism with social justice as a foundational assumption of engineering? How is this possible? And I think this is our challenge as scientists. How can we do this? So we should be discussing not a science agenda to support the military and the profit-making companies, but a people science agenda. We can discuss questions such as indigenous science, science for the upliftment of poor people and everybody, working people, science to understand that we are all connected and to respect the Earth's systems, and science to combat ignorance. So this is a report from, so I live about 3 kilometers from this site. It's in Johannesburg, in the west of Johannesburg, and that white mountain there is a mine dump, which has high levels. It's gold mining, so when you mine gold, you bring up uranium, which is a radioactive and poisonous substance, as well as radon, which is also an invisible radioactive gas. The women of this area, who are one of the most poor and marginalized communities, formed a cooperative called Bambanani, and they came to scientists, and I worked with them for a number of years, and they demanded that we as scientists research why their children are being born with deformities and hydrocephalus, why their goats are being born with 3 legs, why their women are having miscarriages. And they demanded that scientists get together and do this work to help them so that they can hold the mining company accountable. Beyond that, they hooked up with scientists to look at phytoremediation, which is a use of planting sunflowers on this mine dump, and the sunflower leaches the mercury and lead and heavy metals from the mine dump, making the soil safer, and also stabilizes, the planting stabilizes it so they don't get so much wind, which has got this dangerous radon and dust coming through, which causes respiratory diseases. Sorry, my slides went backwards. This is my organization in South Africa, Science for the People Southern Africa, in Jagersfontein, which is about 700 kilometers from where I live. The mine tailings burst and a big mudslide went through the village, destroying homes and killing people. And the mine workers' trade union had been warning the management of this problem, and they were ignored. They asked for Science for the People, and there they are demonstrating against the government and asking for Science for the People to assist them to make a case for help. There's a lot of talk about technology and the use and resources. This is a very seminal paper by Jason Hickel and Dylan Sullivan, and is how much growth is required to achieve good lives for all. And they used a measure called decent living standards, and they did a needs-based analysis. And they conclude that good lives can be achieved for all, every single human being, providing decent living standards for 8.5 billion people, requiring only 30% of current global resources and energy use. And they say leaving a substantial surplus for additional consumption, public luxury, scientific advancement, and other social investments. It's not that there's not enough, and it's not that the poor should suffer because there's not enough to go around. It's the fact that there's unequal use of resources, and but there's more than enough to go around in terms of food and water and resources. So I think this is a really important article for us to get our heads around and perhaps use. MIT, everybody knows, is the Massachusetts Institute for Technology, world-famous institution that most scientists would really like to be part of. And the students there formed a group called MIT Science for Research for Genocide, and they came out with a report. The student leaders were then questioned, and many of them were, their funding was stopped and they were barred from the university, but not before they did a lot of good work. And their report shows how MIT, the students of their own institution, showed how MIT research sponsorship works, how Israeli military funding is funding which labs at MIT, which PIs in MIT, and who benefits. They exposed the MIT collaboration with Israeli military contractors, Elbit Systems, Maersk, Caterpillar, and Lockheed Martin. And this was at no little risk to themselves or their careers. Mazen Kunse is a professor in Bethlehem. He's a Palestinian, and despite being under Israeli occupation, is doing fantastic research, noteworthy records of vascular plants from the West Bank, occupied Palestinian territories. So there is another science that is possible, and people are doing very good work. So there are many, many, many organizations. The World Federation of Scientific Workers was formed during the Cold War to bring scientific workers together from China, the Soviet Union, and America. Science for the People was formed in the 1960s. Scientists for Extinction Rebellion use non-violent methods of resistance against, to highlight the issues of climate breakdown. Your organization, Breakthrough Science, doing fantastic work. Scientists for Palestine, also doing great work. The organization called Pugwash. is a conference on science and world affairs. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists we've already talked about. The International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War won a Nobel Peace Prize. And in America, the Tech Workers Coalition, "Tech won't build it," is their slogan. Okay, I'm nearly done. Okay. So I just wanted to bring attention to an organization called Pugwash, and they make major conventions on chemical and biological warfare, because not only in the AI field and in the computer field, but all over science, there are no guidelines to ethical research and ethical production. So Pugwash did that. They did the Geneva Protocol for prohibition of use in war of asphyxiating poisonous gases, the 1972 Biologic Weapons Convention. Not that the USA abides by any of these conventions. They're quite happy to flout them at any opportunity. And in 1997, they suggested that chemical weapons be banned in the development, production, stockpiling, acquisition. But these conventions can be used by science activists to hold their countries accountable. So, acts of the collective. So this is again a slide from Socialists of Caltech. And our responsibility as scientists, I agree with them, to say that we, in recognizing our role in society and our social prestige, that we must recognize that science is a social endeavor and it is subject to social imperialist forces. We have a responsibility to organize our work. A better science is possible, but we must work for it. It's not going to be given to us. So here's an example. In the late 1960s, the US proposed a ballistic missile defense system called Sentinel. Many scientists in the US protested with position papers as well as a one-day strike. And the activity of the scientists generated a public outcry, leading to the eventual rejection of the proposal. In the United Kingdom, there was an arms manufacturing factory where most of the workers were going to be made redundant. And originally, about 50% of the company's contracts were for military directly. These workers consulted amongst themselves. They decided no to arms production. We want socially useful work. And the workers and the engineers in that factory drafted alternative plans, wind turbines, this is in the 1970s, energy-efficient heat pumps and hybrid power packs. And they took over their factory. And they said technology is political, yet its design is ultimately in the hands of the capitalist firms. The Lucas Plan, which was what their program was called, the Lucas Plan shows that workers have the skills and resources to design alternative technologies to those proposed by shareholders and management. So I think Dr. Manabrendra has spoken about our organization, the International Union of Scientists, and that we launched our convention in December 2023. It is a truly international group. A Breakthrough Science Society has played an absolutely key role in the formation and driving of this important organization. So I would just like to acknowledge your work there. And I think Dr. Manab has spoken about what we are about. Richard Falk, he's a very famous, he's a lawyer, spoke at our launch, and he said to oppose militarism in all its manifestations will hopefully become a dominant preoccupation of scientists and others. It really is our duty, indeed for everyone with a global conscience, to motivate them to feel that they must act responsibly in the life of such developments that cloud the present and pose a dire threat for the future. So I think Manab has spoken about our objectives. The University World News reported on our meeting. They said in 9th of December 2023, more than 1,300 scientists from 40 countries, including physicists, mathematicians, biologists, chemists, medical doctors, and engineers and social scientists working in academia, adopted a declaration against genocide and in support of Palestine. And they also established the International Union of Scientists Against War and the Misuse of Science, appealing to scientists of all countries to raise their voice against war and the destruction of humanity. So our organization is growing, and I would ask you to visit the website, and really a call for action. Together with Breakthrough Science Society, let us renew our commitment. We are facing an existential threat where imperialism and militarism has led humanity to a precipice. And really, it's a very, very urgent thing that we do act locally, act nationally, and act internationally. Scientists should join together. We need to be daring. We need to be creative, because our survival depends on us and nobody else. So Richard Falk finished up by saying that I find the initiative in organizing the IUS to be a glimmer of light in a dark sky that is dominated by the most transparent instance of genocide in human history. There is an awakening in many domains, not just amongst scientists, but if people of the world do not take responsibility, nothing effective will be done to curtail the menace of militarism and war. And just to end, about not losing sight of where we're going, at least 16,000 children, and the count is going up as they find children under the rubble, have been martyred in Gaza. So I'm going to finish with a poem. This is a photograph of Hind Rajab. She was 5 years old. She was traveling in a car. The Israeli snipers killed all the occupants of the car. She managed to make a phone call to the ambulance emergency services. And as the ambulance was going there and driving towards her, the ambulance paramedics were murdered, and she died with, I think, 300 bullets. So here is a poem by Khaled Juma called "O Rascal Children of Gaza." You who constantly disturbed me with your screams under my window, you who filled every morning with rush and chaos, you who broke my vase and stole the lonely flowers on my balcony, come back and scream as you want and break the vases, steal all the flowers, come back. Just come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natalia Dinath, for underlying our commitment to society.
Thank you, Natalia, for this wonderful presentation. Just to add, you understand that obviously whether the science will be used for humanity or to destroy humanity is on our hand. And obviously Breakthrough Science Society also has to take some responsibility. Just to give you some account, in USA, over, let's say, all the R&D funding that we have, or that they have, is almost 50% is coming from military industry, military industrial complex. And in India, it is around 20%. And on top of that, which we'll be discussing in the next 2 days, indeed, is recently the Indian government has come up with something called Anushandhan National Research Foundation. And they announced for 50,000 crore rupees for next 5 years to be invested in scientific research and technological research. However, of these 50,000 crore, 75% will come from the corporates. Now you understand even in which direction we are moving and for which and for whose profit we shall be working as scientists. So with this, I once again thank Natalia, and probably we are going for some question and answer. Yes, please.
So the first question, what is the right way to use science to stop dangerous technology? What is the right way to use science to stop dangerous technology?
Thank you. If I understand the question correctly, in my opinion, science, the right way is to ask the right question, is to do the right scientific research, not the research that is there for killing people or for establishing that one race is better than the other and superior to another, not the research that is going to be used for chemical or biological warfare. So the right way to use science is to fundamentally get the agenda from the people that you serve, not the corporations or the military complex, but from humanity and common humanity. It is very difficult, I can accept that, because in today's world, most of us are working for the big corporations and big pharma and big military companies. If people are in that situation and they have to work, some people have found that they can whistleblowing has helped them to sleep at night because they can expose some of these. But I think that if there is dangerous or bad science, it's our job to expose it and to try and listen to what is and pursue science for the people. I don't think there's such a thing as dangerous technology, which was a debate that we went on today, that technology can be used for good or bad, unless it's overtly weapons technology.
Next question, how to stop war globally? How to stop war globally?
If I knew the answer to that question. I think people have power, and ordinary people have power, and we've seen many, many instances of where people have power. So I think that it's not an easy thing to do, and it might not happen in our lifetime, but I think that if we work on educating one another, listening to one another, understanding the complexities of it, and understanding the politics of it, then we can go out onto the streets, use parliamentary means, extra parliamentary means, but war should be stopped globally. However, we must not fall into the trap. So the Palestinians, according to the United Nations, do have a right to resist, and theirs is a just war. So sometimes they say we must stop war, but keep the status quo of an occupation where, your lives are worth nothing. So when we say stop war globally, we need to stop the imperialist wars. And there are many different types of war. And I think where we start, we work locally, we work nationally, and we work internationally. But if we are joined together, we are 99.9% of the population, and I think we can beat the 0.1%.
Next question is...
Just to add to this point, just to say that, see, in today's time, if you look very carefully, war is the most profitable business. Being that, as long as our economy will remain a profit-driven economy, you can never guarantee to really the cessation of war. So obviously one has to work on that direction. And just to add another point to the previous question, in today's time, science has been imprisoned. we the scientists, we create knowledge, but we have no control over how it will be used. So obviously, this is again a question of emancipation of science, research, and the knowledge we create. And I think, again, once you ensure that, you may be ensuring also that it will be used for the betterment or the benefit of the people. Okay, thank you.
Next
Can I just add one more question on this? Apartheid South Africa had nuclear weapons. And one of the first things during the discussions was that South Africa demilitarized from its nuclear weapons. And it is entirely possible. So if you do have a campaign against wars, you know, should India, you know, Pakistan, whoever, be a military, should your country have nuclear weapons or not, is one campaign that's possible. Thank you.
Next question is, what is doomsday clock?
So the doomsday clock was an idea that was made by the the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, and they wanted to draw attention excuse me, to how close we were to total annihilation of the planet, to the end of humankind, to the end of the world. That is the doomsday. And they set this doomsday clock arbitrarily at 7 minutes to midnight. And every year they look at the situation on the planet that is posing a threat to the existence of humanity, and they move this clock as an indication of how close we are to the end of the world, to man-made annihilation. And so the doomsday clock that was published in 28th of January of this year was 89 seconds to midnight. That is the closest that we've ever been since it started to total destruction of the world. And it's just an indication so that we can raise consciousness amongst people about the dangers that we're facing in the world.
Next question, is it possible to stop war in imperialistic world?
Yes. But we need to be resourceful, and we need to educate ourselves and educate each other, and we need to be clear about what we're doing and who we're fighting.
Now we have concluded with the questions.
Okay. So thank you, Natalia, so much. I think it's really time for us to rethink and also to take a stand on which side we want to support. There is nothing called neutral, either for the benefit of humanity or for the destruction of humanity. So with this message, we conclude the session here. Thank you, Natalia, for this wonderful exposition and the discussion. Thank you so much.
I think a bit of biography of Dr. Dinath needs to be mentioned here, as it is inspirational to all of us to understand how challenges in personal life make a person to uphold progressive thoughts as value in life. Dr. Dinath was born in South Africa in 1964 during a time of significant political upheaval. Her early life was marked by her family's involvement in anti-racism movement, with her father and many others detained during her birth year. She spent a portion of her early years in exile, which profoundly influenced her perspective on social justice and healthcare. As a member of the International Union of Scientists and the Steering Committee of Science for the People, South Africa, she advocates for the democratization of science and the promotion of scientific literacy to address societal challenges. We are very pleased to have you with us. Now, I request Suja Ravindran to hand over the memento to Dr. Natalia. Thank you, Dr. Manabendranath Bera, for moderating the session. Now we will all gather together for the Science March. We will proceed in a disciplined manner to the Manaviyam Vidhi and return to Tagore Theatre. We will go to the reception committee office. There, the volunteers will help us to get the banners. Breakthrough Science Society volunteers will assist. This conference stands as a beacon of scientific thought and progress, embodying our motto, Science for Society, Science for Man, Science in Thinking. Let us spread the message of All India Science Conference organized by Breakthrough Science Society to the community. So now we all go to the reception committee.